Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, I will acknowledge on your behalf the presence of some visitors from some of our institutions. The first is students from the Sacred Heart Catholic Basic School. There are 51 in number, and they hail from the Esikado Ketan constituency. They are led by the NCCE Assistant Director, Mavis Amwakwehene. Honorable members, on your behalf, I warmly welcome them to Parliament, their own house. Please, you are welcome. Take advantage of your presence here, not only to see and feel, but to learn from assigned officials who will take you through a few things. Please, kindly resume your seats. The second group comes from the Axim Road Basic School. Axim Road Basic School, the constituency is Takoradi. I hope the MP knows the meaning of Takoradi. If he doesn't, I'm here to be consulted. I'll charge him and take some fees, small fees, to tell him the meaning of Takoradi. Now, they are led by the headmistress of the school, in the person of Mabel Mansang Fripe. As I said, there are 53 in number. You are also warmly welcome. And my earlier statement applies equally to you. And so please, you can kindly resume your seat. We have the third group of students from the St. Andrew's School Complex. That is located in the Sekondi constituency. There are 88 in number. That's quite large. 88 in number come from Sekondi. They are led by the headmistress of the school, in the person of Emilia Ajefi Mensah. Please, you are also warmly welcome. And the same applies to you too. Please take advantage of your presence here to learn everything that you come across. We have, please resume your seat. We have the fourth group coming from the Subin constituency, Heaven Crest Christian School. They are 44 in number, led by the proprietress of the school, Henrietta Adum Nkansa. Please, you are also warmly welcome, and the same applies to you. Kindly resume your seat. We have also the last group of students, 91 in number, 91. That's the highest, coming from the Bung Katamanso constituency, Be Light International School. Be Light International School. You are all invited to Be the Light. Be Light International School, as I said, from Bung Katamanso constituency. They are led by the headmaster in the person of Cyril Kwame Agbe. You are also warmly welcome, and this is your house. Take full advantage of your presence here. Learn as much as you could. Be better than us in future, so that Ghana will develop faster than we are doing. You are most welcome. Kindly resume your seats. Honorable members, we now move to item 5. Item 5, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We will start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Tuesday, 24th February 2026, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7. Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, on page 7, item 3, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Karaga, he was in the chamber yesterday, but he has been captured absent.
Is the MP around Karaga?
Mr. Speaker, not at the moment.
Not at the moment. Okay, table office, kindly take note of that, cross-check and make sure it's properly captured. Yes, Honourable Member.
Speaker, I'm so grateful to you. Speaker, page 7, item 5, under the banner headline, recognition of visitors, specifically C. That's on the next page. Line 2, after Daniel, the word should be nate, not mate. They are from my constituency, so I have that on authority. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Table office, kindly take note. So page 8. So what will we do that? Yes, please.
When can you do the installation?
Yes, Honourable Member. It's on.
Put this one, put this one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Page 8, number 6. Correction of votes and proceedings of the 12. The word 12 TWELFTH. Should be spelled correctly. So it should be TWELVVE. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, we are not spelling 12. We are spelling 12. Okay, the 12 of the TH. That's what we are spelling. So it is correct. Honorable members, we move on to page 9. Yes, please.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Page 9, statement A. The last but one line, when you read it, it's supposed to refer to the hospital that has been initially stated. And so it will be proper if between they and the hospitals we will put said there. And maybe if I will read for clarity. The Honorable Minority Leader and Member for Efutu Osahene Alexander Kwamena Afenyomakin made a statement on the demise of 29-year-old Charles Emisa, a victim of a vehicle hit-and-run case who was refused emergency treatment by 3 public hospitals on Friday, 6th February 2026, due to alleged non-availability of beds at the said hospitals. Thank you.
Honorable Member, since the hospitals are not captured in the statement, will it be proper to say at the said hospital when you have not stated the hospitals? That's where you have the challenge. It's when you state the hospitals that you can now say at the said hospitals, but it has not been stated. If you want them to do so, they will capture those 3 hospitals, and then you can conclude said hospitals. But as it is now, that's the right rendition. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page 9, still under 9A. However, the second paragraph. Mr. Speaker, I remember the decision of the House was to set up a committee to consider the facts relating to the case. So I read facts relating to the case, including investigative reports from the 3 hospitals and the Ministry of Health on the matter. However, the directive actually was to take the report from Kolebu and the Ministry of Health, because the reports we had, it was Kolebu that had established the committee to look into it, and not all the 3 hospitals. So if table office can refresh themselves on it, else it will be like we have 3 different hospitals doing investigation into the matter, as well as the Ministry of Health. But from the reports we had yesterday, it was Kolebu that indicated that they've set up a committee, and then the ministry had also set up another committee to look into the matter. So that would be my, thank you.
Yes, First Deputy Speaker, you concluded that topic.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that was not what happened. We were not to set a new committee, but we rather directed the Health Committee to work with the committee that has been set, so that the Health Committee can report to the House within 3 weeks.
First Deputy Speaker, you didn't get the thrust of the issue he raised. He said what was before the House was only a report that a committee has been set up at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital to investigate the matter, and some action was being taken. But the other 2 hospitals, there was no information before the House that they had also established committees to investigate the matter. But the report here has given the impression that your committee, the Speaker's committee, the Health Committee, was to collect the reports from the 3 hospitals. But they don't have information before the House that the other 2 hospitals had also established committees to investigate the matter. And so you couldn't have given directive that they should collect reports from the 3 hospitals. The directive would be to collect reports from the Kolebu Teaching Hospital and the Ministry of Health. And if there's any further directive, to reach out to the other 2 hospitals for further information and then deliberate upon them and report to the House, then that should be captured as what your directive extended to. Yes, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, having listened to the Deputy Minister for Health, it doesn't appear that the committee is to investigate only Kolebu. They are going to do the investigation at the 3 hospitals. And that was what we asked the Health Committee to follow up with and report to the House.
The issue is still not clear from your response. When you read what is on the rules and proceedings, it says the Right Honorable Speaker, taking cognizance of the statement and comments raised thereon by honorable members, directed the Committee on Health to consider the facts relating to the case, including investigative reports from the 3 hospitals. Investigative reports from the 3 hospitals and the Ministry of Health on the matter and report to the House. His point is that there was no information that the other 2 hospitals have caused an investigation into the matter. So you cannot talk about including investigative reports from those 2 hospitals. What came before the House was investigation from Kolebu Hospital and the Ministry of Health. That is the issue that he raised. You did not tell the House that the other 2 hospitals have also established committees to investigate the matter. That is the issue he has raised. And so we should not include that. If we want the committee to go further to conduct investigation into those 2 hospitals, then our committee will be doing that. Or they will have to submit information that they have also caused investigation into the matter. That was the issue he raised. And in any case, that directive was not from the Right Honorable Speaker. That is from the First Deputy Speaker. The table office, please kindly take note of that. I had then handed it over. I had handed over the chair to the First Deputy Speaker, who at the conclusion of the comments gave the directive. So it was not given by me. It was given by the First Deputy Speaker. Yes, Deputy Majority Whip.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, when the Deputy Minister was contributing to the statement, she did mention that the ministry has set up a committee to coordinate all the investigation that is going on with the 3 hospitals. So the hazard will capture what the Deputy Minister said. Yes, you can check the hazard. She's here. During her contribution, she did say,
Honorable Member, we don't have problem with the investigation by the ministry. But this, what has been captured here, is giving the impression that the other 2 hospitals have also set up investigation into the matter at their hospitals. But that did not come before the House. That's what he's talking about. But for the ministry's investigative report is properly captured. The Kolebu one is properly captured. But we don't have reports here from anybody Nobody has made any statement that the other two hospitals also set up committees to investigate the matter. That is his reference. And so please, table office, kindly capture it properly. Page 10. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your dispensation so that I take us back to page 7?
Page 7.
Please, yes. On recognition of visitors, 5A. I heard you loud and clear yesterday when you laid emphasis on the name of the head teacher, Mrs. Augustina Jamra, but Mrs. is conspicuously missing.
Table office, please kindly take note of that. Mrs. Augustina Jamra. Yes, please.
Page 10, as you well indicated.
Honorable members, we are back to page 10. Yes, please.
Item number 10B, the last paragraph. The Honorable First Deputy Speaker, the first should be capital F, not small f. And also, the first paragraph on page 10, the Honorable First Deputy Speaker further directed that the committee present its report. It has been captured as present, that is with S. I suggest that it should be without an S.
Yes, table office is right. Kindly take note of that. Page 11. Is it page 10?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, page 10, item B. I'm not too sure whether
Honorable member, what did you say? Page 10, item.
Page 10, the second paragraph, under B. 9B.
Yes.
The
9B.
name Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. I am not too sure whether Osajifo was added or not added. Because we have other Dr. Kwame Nkrumahs now. And Osajifo is the distinctive figure that differentiates Osajifo from all other Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
The other doctors, Kwame Nkrumah, have they also been overthrown?
Because we also have Osahin now, I think that it's just appropriate to add Osajifo to his name.
Why do you leave the words before the name? And then you are talking about others. It's very clear there. The thing is talking about the anniversary of the overthrow of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Then you say that there are other Dr. Kwame Nkrumahs. Have they also been overthrown?
I know of one Osajifo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who was overthrown. So if we are talking about the overthrow of some Kwame Nkrumah, I think that is just fair we add Osajifo to it.
You can't overthrow Osajifo. If you add the name Osajifo, then you have to take away overthrow. Because Osajifo can never be overthrown.
But
yes.
He was.
No.
He wasn't.
Do you know the meaning of Osajifo? Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that he just wants to register that he's wearing. Mr. Speaker, he just wants to register that he's obeying the president's directive of wearing a smock and a hat. And the finance minister is not wearing the smock and a hat. The finance minister is disobeying the president's order. The majority leader is wearing a smock without a hat. Mr. Speaker, so he's just registering his presence. Mr. Speaker, even you obey. Mr. Speaker, look at how beautiful you are dressed. Mr. Speaker, look at how beautiful you are dressed. And anybody will testify that you are properly dressed. The number three of this country is obeying the directive of the president. The road minister by the finance minister is properly dressed, but the finance minister is not obeying. You are properly dressed. Mr. Speaker, majority leader is not obeying the directives of the president. He is not fully in smoke. Look at how the speaker is dressed. Look at how the speaker is dressed. Finance minister, look at how the road minister is dressed. And look at, I don't know whether he's attending IMF meeting today. Because, Mr. Speaker, and the one who communicated the president's directive is not wearing smoke. That is Felix, Honorable Felix. You communicated the president's directive and you are not wearing the smoke. Mr. Speaker, I am not wearing the smoke because the president said majority of Ghanaians must wear smoke, and I'm from the minority, Mr. Speaker. That is why I am not wearing it.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I am a social democrat. Socialism dictates that we share. Mr. Speaker, it will be great for me to keep the materials to myself, make a smoke, and also make a hat in addition when others don't have smokes. So, Mr. Speaker, I reserved the material for the hat for other poor people to also make their smokes. That's why I'm wearing just the smoke without the hat. And Mr. Speaker, if you, Mr. Speaker, you are wearing a hat, and I also come and sit here and I'm also wearing a hat, what is the difference between Mr. Speaker and myself? You see, Mr. Speaker is the speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you go to the palace, and the chief is sitting in state and is wearing a smoke and a hat, normally what happens that you remove yours and then you kneel before the chief. So I can't come here and Mr. Speaker is wearing a hat and I also wear a hat and come inside here. It doesn't show respect to Mr. Speaker. No, but that is beside the point. That is beside the point. My concern is the fact that on this side of the house, I don't see anybody wearing a smoke. I see northern members of parliament. I see the MP for Tolo, who, if he had worn a smoke, would keep one citizen of Tolo employed. Will keep the weavers employed. Will keep the people making the smokes employed. As for Alassane, he's trying to play a game on us. He's not wearing a smoke, but he's wearing a hat. So he's keeping half employment for the North. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to take the wearing of smokes important. And also, it creates employment opportunities for our citizens. It shows that we are proud of our culture. Honestly speaking, I came out not wearing a smoke. I had forgotten, and I'm sure for many people, they have also forgotten. Fortunately, I have many in my office. It was Honorable Habib who drew my attention to the fact that today is Wednesday and I'm supposed to be wearing a smoke. So quickly I took out my coat and then I took my smoke and wore it. But it's looking beautiful. I think I would probably look better today than if I had worn a suit. So let me thank Honorable Habib for being an advocate for wearing smokes. Unfortunately, he doesn't practice what he preaches. And that is the problem. Last week he raised this smoke issue and he wasn't wearing a smoke. Today he's raising the smoke issue and he's still not wearing a smoke. We'll report you to the yard now.
Honorable members, can we continue now? So we move on to page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14. Yes, please.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, page 14, item 15, the very last paragraph. And if you indulge me, kindly, Speaker, I would like to read. The Honorable First Deputy Speaker directed the draft person to change the, in quote, 3 years, end quote, in clause 33, and into bracket clause 35(1) in the winnowing document, bracket close, to once every academic year. Speaker, the focus of my submission is on the second line, the very last word. I think we should delete and insert winnowed document. The document has already been winnowed, and then not winnowing, winnowed document. Thank you.
Is there any document that can be referred to as winnowed document? Which document was winnowed? Look at your language. Can you refer to a document as winnowed document?
Well, Speaker, I took motivation from the fact that when we're considering the bill, that's the Legal Education Reform Bill 2025, consistently, it is the case that the Honorable First Deputy Speaker referred to the document we were using as the winnowed one. And indeed, for me, since, as I said earlier on, it's been worked on already by the winnowing committee. That is why in that context, I was thinking that referring to it again as winnowing may not be appropriate. But whichever, we still learn from you. Thank you.
Majority Leader. Hello, Majority Leader.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Speaker. I was going to help him with the explanation, but he explained it well. I think there was a time during the consideration stage where we loosely described a bill that had incorporated provisions that we had agreed on at winnowing. At winnowing, we agreed on certain provisions, and then we incorporated them into the bill. So we had two copies. The one document that we had incorporated the clauses agreed to at winnowing for ease of reference, and then the original bill before us, so that each time that the chairman of the committee moved the motion, he would also read the document, the bill that had the incorporated version, so that it will make for easy understanding and following by members. So during the process, we're loosely calling it the winnowed document, the winnowed document. But strictly speaking, it's not an appropriate rendition of what the bill, as corrected at winnowing, is.
Well, from your explanation, that it could be captured in the winnowed bill, not document. You are referring specifically to the bill that captured the winnowing committee's report amendments. So that is the winnowed bill, not winnowed document. Your document will refer to something else. So table office kindly take note of that. Instead of winnowing document, you put winnowed bill. Honorable members, page 15. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, page 15, item number 5, clause 50. Amendment proposed, subclause 2, delayed. I think there's a drafting omission. We have to delete something, but there's nothing there. So we may have to specify what is supposed to be deleted. Item number 5, clause 50. Thank you.
I think it's properly captured. What the amendment was proposed was to delete subclause 2 of clause 50. So when you move it, you say clause 50, amendment proposed, subclause 2, delete. And that question was then put and is properly captured. Honorable members, page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the 13th sitting, dated Tuesday, 24th February 2026, as corrected, is adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honorable members, we will now take from the guidance of leadership. I think my attention was drawn to item 7.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We could vary the order of business so that we can go to statements. Mr. Speaker, even though we have advertised statements, I believe we have an understanding that that be equally varied so that we can take a statement from the Minister for Finance on the Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulated Policy 2026 to 2028. I believe there's been adequate consultation at conclave, even though there was a promise to also do certain things in response. But that consultation has taken place. So, Mr. Speaker, we crave your indulgence that we vary order of business and go to statements.
Minority from bench.
Speaker, with deference to the Leader of the House, who is making application for order of business to be varied. So I think the Leader doesn't need to make that application, because if we are to reference Order 67, Order 67.1T, Leader will come with me. You are passionate about procedure. Order 67.1T. The statement by the minister takes precedence over other statements by members. So he doesn't need to make an application for variation of order of business because it's rightly captured by 67T. But more to the point, last week, the Leader, when he was presenting the business statement, he put out a framework within which statements are expected to be presented. The length of it, font size, pages, and all that. And that business statement was adopted by this House. I'm just seeking to know if it is the case that that framework that was adopted by this House is applicable to the minister. Then it's supposed to be 2 pages. I'm not preempting anything. I'm just thinking aloud. So if that framework is applicable to him, then he should be coming with 2-page statement. And the font size is also predefined. And he shouldn't defy that because it's been adopted by this House. Yes, well, we will see. So, Majority Leader, just be guided. The Minister, interestingly, is also a Member of Parliament. And you are the Leader of the House. Please communicate that position of the House which was adopted. He cannot go beyond 2 pages. And the font size has to be 12. Yes, that was the position which was taken by this House. And he cannot defy that position. I respectfully submit.
Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I do agree with him that if you were to follow Order 67(1) strictly, that the order of business requires that the minister takes precedence over the ordinary member when it comes to a ministerial statement. Mr. Speaker, but that is true, but we are dealing with a specific order paper. We are dealing with a specific order paper that did not advertise a place for ministerial statements, but then went ahead and advertised a prioritization of questions even before the statements. And so, strictly speaking, going by this order, if that is what is guiding the order of business today, I needed to make the application. But you don't oppose the application. That's the most important thing. On the second issue of the length of the statement, I recall that it was made clear that those guidelines applied to members, not ministerial statements. I recall you yourself asking me a question, whether or not the guidelines also apply to ministers. And I told you that I wasn't dictating the guidelines. The guidelines were agreed to at business committee meeting. And at business committee meeting, there was no discussion of the application of the guidelines to ministers. And so for me to take a decision without reference to business committee would be inappropriate. So business committee has said nothing about ministerial statements. Business committee was concerned about statements by members. So clearly, you know why you are raising these issues. And you know that the issues have no bearing with this particular statement. This statement is not too long. It is reasonably long to communicate the policy. And I'm sure that you will enjoy it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, we agreed to disagree and disagree to agree. Our side, we will not litigate further on this matter. But just to set the record straight, we cannot, as a House, set a framework for only members of Parliament, because that will be lopsided. We set a framework in terms of statement length, font size, and we leave out members of Parliament who doubles as part of the executive. That is a matter that we have to look at in whole so that we can address it. Maybe today we'll permit you, and yes, today we'll permit our friend and we'll allow him to make his statement. But he should be reminded, clearly he's coming under 91.2. Because he's coming under 91.2. And so the conditions inherent with 91.2, maybe let me read that to you, Speaker, with your leave. That a Minister of State may make a statement of government policy, and the statement shall, A, be limited to facts We are ready for you. As long as you're limiting your statement to 5, there should be no issues, which are necessary to be made known to the House. And then B, not contain matters that are likely to provoke debate. He should be guided, and we are going to listen to him with rapt attention. And so, live within the provisions of 91(2), and there'll be peace. So, having said that, I think we are ready to listen to our colleague, and he should stick to fact as I reiterated. I thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, avert your mind to Order 67(1)R. Your first submission, does it apply to that one too? 67(1)R. R for Roman. Your first submission, does it apply to that one too?
The rules are in your motion. The interpretation of the rules are in your motion. I think order 5 or so. The interpretation of the rules. So, Speaker, it doesn't apply to you at all. It doesn't.
Because your submission was to the effect that statements, you had prescribed how statements were to be presented in the House. 2 pages, the font size, and everything. But the statements include also statements by Speaker. Were you prescribing how the Speaker is also to present his statements? That one definitely is beyond your jurisdiction. Yes. So please, let's take it that we are aware of that. You know, parliaments. Please. Usually, we are faced with this problem of time management. And that is one of the reasons why you want statements to be precise and concise, not extending beyond 2 pages, the font size and all those things. And these papers should be, or statements should be given to other members before they are read. It's because of that. Other parliaments, they give time. You have 2 minutes. And then after the 2 minutes, you are timed out. And you just submit the statement for it to be captured. Wherever you reach, you submit the statement because nobody will hear you again. But we are not doing that here. That's why you are trying to use other ways of managing time on the floor. So let's take it that is applicable to members. As you yourself read, the Order 91 talks about it being limited to facts which are necessary to be made known to the House and not contain matters that are likely to provoke debate. And so that is where the minister will have to work within. The Speaker is to admit statements. The statement was made available to me. I looked at the standing orders. I scrutinized the statement, and I'm of the view, and that took the decision that the statement is limited to facts which are necessary to be made known to the House, and that they do not contain matters that are likely to provoke debate. In fact, I scrutinized it. I even underlined words. I drew the minister's attention to those things, and he was surprised I had time to read the statement. So be sure that there are no statements there that will provoke debate at all. That one, I will arrest him before he makes those statements. It's quite a very important statement, and it's very specific to the facts. No politics, or I should say no partisanship in that statement. That is my humble view, because it needs the collective support of the House. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, we don't intend to litigate this matter further. But just for the records, Speaker, Order 93, 7 and 8. The Speaker shall, Speaker, if you may permit me, Speaker shall cause to be transmitted to the clerk, statement admitted to be made on a particular day, to be advertised on the order paper for the purpose of notice to members. The clerk shall make available to members copies of the admitted statement. I am only pleading that, oh, leader, please, with respect. Speaker, even the practice and the convention has been that, and when my colleague was here, anytime ministers had attended upon them.
Is he out of order?
So, Speaker, he's totally out of order. Order 91 speaks of statements by the Speaker and Minister. Listen carefully. Order 91 deals with statements by Speaker and Minister. They are in one category. And up to 91.6, nothing is said about copies being made available to be distributed to members. Nothing is said. It is when you get to 93, which deals with statement by members, that you need first to submit the statement to the Speaker. Speaker has to admit it and then minute it to the clerk, and the clerk should make copies available to members. This is a statement in a completely different category. So please, let us make the statement and move on. You are totally out of order.
Leader, the power is not in your hands to rule me out of order. We have the Right Honorable Speaker, the most experienced Right Honorable Speaker presiding. And we have confidence in him. He's a wise speaker. He will rule on these such matters. Whichever way you view it, the practice and the convention has been, when the finance minister was minority leader and you sat in this black seat, anytime a sector minister has come to this house to make a policy statement, copies have been given to you. You don't give us copies. You have been given prior notification, content. And members are not aware. How are we to engage on this statement? Our ranking members are ready to do justice to the statement. Even leadership, we are being kept in the dark. It is interesting and very revealing that when you were doing the haircut, you didn't remember that there was a House of Parliament. The haircut to the poor cocoa farmer, you didn't consider it important to come to this house. Suddenly you find your way into this house. When farmers were crying, our cocoa farmers were crying, you were busily in your office engaging in haircuts. That's why you didn't find it prudent to come to this house and make a statement. What is that? The farmers are looking for you. So cocoa farmers, they are looking for you. Sankore cocoa farmers, they are looking for you. Sankore cocoa farmers are looking for you. Adai. Yabreo. We are tired. We are tired of the haircuts. He was busily in his office engaging in haircuts enterprise, reducing the price of cocoa anyhow. And now you find your way to Parliament that you are coming to do what reserve? What reserve?
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I can see clearly that once again, they are afraid of the good news that the Minister for Finance is bringing to this house. Once again, anytime this finance minister comes to this house, he is always a bearer of good news. Such wonderful news such as the gold board which he enacted into law, which has stabilized the currency of this country. Such good news as the stability that the city is enjoying. Such good news as the inflation that has come down. They are afraid of the good news that he's bringing this time. But you can do all that you are going to do, But he will make the statement and he will bring the good news. Mr. Speaker, we are waiting for the statement.
Honorable members, I think at conclave we discussed these matters and agreed that the Speaker should make the statement. We even went beyond that, and I'm going to handle it in such a way that members will have time to even debate the statement, which will now be a motion. We'll make it into a motion and not conclude it today. Tomorrow, you get the opportunity. After members have made comments on this statement, we'll make sure it comes to the form of a motion, because it's an important government policy that has to be debated by this House and approved. It's not just going to go by statement and that will be all. And so we'll capture all these concerns. And as I said, businesses are admitted by the Speaker, whether they are even statements or not. Whether they are statements by minister or by member of parliament, they have to be admitted by the Speaker. That's the first step. When they are admitted, then the other orders come in, whether it's 91 or 93. But as the majority leader said, in the case of 93, there's a specific order which demands that copies of the statement be made available to members. But in the case of 91, there is no such order that they should be made available to members. If members wish, in future we could do that. But as at now, that is the rule, and we'll go by that. So I'll allow the minister to make the statement, and I'll give the opportunity for members to make comments. We'll make copies available to members. And in fact, I'll refer it even to the Finance Committee. Then they can come tomorrow by motion for us to now debate it. Yes, I'll do so. Yes, Minority Leader, you wanted to say something?
Mr. Speaker, rightly so. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving him the opportunity to make a statement. Mr. Speaker, you know the Finance Minister was once upon a time a minority leader. There are certain aspects of him that I want, Mr. Speaker, to put him on notice. At the dispatch box, there is no point of order against you. So stick to your statement. Don't abuse the opportunity that Mr. Speaker will give you. Just the statement you brought, which was prepared, stick to it. Don't be throwing jabs because we won't have the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I know him. He has notoriety for running away with certain jabs. You promised 6,000 per bag. You've reduced it to 2,500 per bag. And you chose to announce it in your office. You didn't come to Parliament. Go and do your statement. Don't say anything outside of your statement. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Let him comply.
Honorable members, you leave that one to me. I will handle it. It's good that you draw my attention. Yes, Minister, please, the House is ready to listen to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to extend my profound gratitude to you and to honorable members of this House for the opportunity to present this important policy statement of government and country. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana achieved a decisive macroeconomic turnaround in 2025, following the 2022-2023 economic crisis by the end of 2025. The Speaker, real GDP growth averaged 6.1% in first 3 quarters of 2025. Inflation declined sharply from 23.8% in 2024 to 5.4% and further down to 3.8% in January 2026. Mr. Speaker, interest rate fell sharply, with 91-day Treasury bill dropping from 27.7% at the end of 2024 to 11.1% in December and further down to 6.4% in February 2026. The primary balance on commitment basis improved significantly from a deficit of 3% in 2024 to a surplus of 2.6% in the year 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, public debt declined sharply from 61.8% of GDP in 2024 to 45.3% of GDP in 2025. The current account posted a surplus of $9.1 billion, up from $1.5 billion in 2024. The Speaker, the cedi appreciated by 40.7% against the US dollar, 30.9% against the British pound, and 24% against the euro. And the gross international reserves also increased to $13.8 billion United States dollars, representing 5.7 months of import cover from 8.9 billion United States dollars, equivalent to 4 months of import cover. Right Honorable Speaker, the current gross international reserves level is above the traditional reserve benchmark of 3 months of import cover. This is, however, not sufficient to provide adequate self-insurance against disruptive economic shocks and its impact on the exchange rate, like the historical depreciation of the currency in the year 2022 and 2023. To strengthen Ghana's resilience to economic shocks, Cabinet has approved the Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Policy. The policy represents Ghana's strategic plan to strengthen external resilience by increasing the nation's international reserve equivalent of 15 months of import cover by end 2028. So, Speaker, this policy is anchored on the objectives of the Ghana Gold Board Act, Act 1140, which mandates the Ghana Gold Board to generate foreign exchange for the country and support gold reserves accumulation by the Bank of Ghana. The policy is also informed by the country's cycle of economic downturns, recent macroeconomic development, global risk assessment, and Ghana's long-term economic transformation agenda. Mr. Speaker, historically, Ghana has relied heavily on inflows from gold, cocoa, and crude oil exports to build international reserves. However, over the last decade, the country has relied largely on costly swaps, sale and buybacks, and other short-term facilities, as well as Eurobond borrowings to build international reserves, resulting in significant debt service obligation to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, these developments in the last decade led to the unsustainable debt situation in 2022, the resultant debt default and restructuring, haircut, and subsequent requests for IMF-supported ECF program. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, these developments in the last decade led to the unsustainable debt situation in 2022 and the resultant debt default and its resulting haircut and subsequent request for IMF program. Mr. Speaker, despite cocoa's historical importance, its contribution to sustainable foreign exchange stability has been undermined by price volatility, low production, climate risk, and limited value addition. Crude oil, which initially promised to provide fiscal relief and balance of payment support, is now declining very fast due to lack of investment in the last 8 years and waning investor confidence, resulting in 6 years of consistent oil output decline. Right Honorable Speaker, despite the progress made in 2025, growing global uncertainties make Ghana vulnerable to external financing volatilities, commodity price cycles, global geopolitical tensions, climate-related disruptions, and regional security risk. These have simultaneously lifted gold prices to historic high and provided an opportunity for Ghana to build reserves to secure the country's external sector against any major shock, to strengthen Ghana's first line of defense. Mr. Speaker, given these uncertainties, the conventional threshold of 3 months of import cover is no longer adequate for any country. Government therefore seeks to accumulate a strategic buffer beyond the conventional reserve adequacy levels and build an economic war chest of 15 months of import cover by end 2028. And this is to safeguard macroeconomic stability, break the cycle of economic downturns, sustain confidence in the currency, and improve investor confidence. Also to reduce exposure to external shocks and support long-term economic transformation of our dear country. Mr. Speaker, the objective of this policy is to build reserves to 15 months of import cover to support Ghana's long-term economic transformation without compromising economic stability. Historically, Mr. Speaker, this strategy is not new globally. After the 1997 Asian financial crisis, the most affected countries embarked on aggressive foreign exchange reserve accumulation as a key policy response. This was driven largely by a desire for self-insurance against future sudden capital reversals and crises following the traumatic experience of relying on IMF bailout, which came with some strict conditionalities. Mr. Speaker, this helped these economies far much better during the later shocks like the 2008 global financial crisis without depleting their external reserves. Right Honorable Speaker, a diagnosis of Ghana's reserve trajectory shows a pattern of episodic accumulation linked to opportunistic external borrowing and seasonal cocoa outflows, followed by downturns, drawdowns to meet external obligations. The Speaker, clearly you could see from the chart below that over the years, government of Ghana has been building reserves largely from Eurobond borrowings and borrowing from the IMF over the last few years. The Speaker, from a reserve position of 5.4 months of import cover in 2021, following an Eurobond issuance of $3 billion United States dollars, reserves sharply declined to a low of under 2.3 months of import cover in September 2023, thereby triggering the depreciation of our currency. The depreciation reflected a strain on external buffers in the face of constrained financial options, capital outflows, heightened macroeconomic pressures, and the need to meet critical foreign exchange obligations such as debt repayment. Right Honorable Speaker, global gold prices have reached unprecedented levels, driven by heightened international risk, sustained accumulation by central banks, and strong safe haven demand. These developments significantly boosted export earnings and strengthened external buffers for gold-producing economies, including Ghana. Mr. Speaker, with prices far exceeding their long-term historical averages, gold has emerged as the most reliable and immediate instrument for accelerating reserve accumulation without increasing public debt or introducing distortions in domestic market. Projections from major international financial institutions indicate that gold prices are likely to remain elevated and favorable over the medium term, underscoring the resilience and persistence of the current price cycle. Right Honorable Speaker, the outlook for gold prices provided a solid foundation for policies that strengthen external buffers, reduce vulnerability to external shock, and support long-term financial stability of Ghana. Harnessing this momentum will be essential to building a more robust and resilient reserve management framework capable of withstanding future global volatilities. The sustained elevation in global gold price presents a strategic opportunity for gold-producing countries to further enhance their reserve build-up framework, reinforce their external position, and enhance macroeconomic resilience. The Speaker, major gold-producing countries and central banks are capitalizing on historical high gold prices by increasing production export and official purchases to strengthen their external buffers. China, the world's largest producer of gold, continues to expand its domestic refinery capacity and use gold both as a key export and as a strategic reserve asset for diversification. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, Russia has leveraged on this elevated price environment to boost gold export revenues and channel part of the proceeds into reserve accumulation, using gold as a shock absorber against financial sanctions and global volatility. Mr. Speaker, Australia benefited from high prices through stronger export receipts, improved terms of trade, and higher fiscal and external surplus, which indirectly support reserve strength. Right, Honorable Speaker, across these countries, elevated gold prices are being deliberately used to enhance the foreign exchange inflows, support balance of payment, resilience, and reinforce reserve position amid heightened global uncertainty. This current gold price surge presents a timely opportunity for Ghana to leverage the country's gold resources to accelerate reserve accumulation and reinforce long-term external resilience for our country. Right, Honorable Speaker, the primary objective of the Ghana National Reserve Accumulation Policy is to increase Ghana's international reserve to 15 months of import cover by the end of 2028 to support long-term structural transformation while safeguarding the macroeconomic stability. To achieve this, the following intermediate targets are set. First is to achieve a minimum of 8.6 months of import cover by end of this year, 2026. Second, to exceed 11.8 months by end of 2027. And third, to reach 15 months of import cover by end of 2028. Mr. Speaker, these milestones will be reviewed annually based on realized imports, prices, production volumes, and financing conditions. Right, Honorable Speaker, our gross international reserves at 5.7 months of import cover at the end of 2025, the gap to achieve the target of 15 months of import cover is 9.3 months of import cover. This implies an average annual accumulation of 3.1 months of import cover over the next 3 years. In 2025, Ghana accumulated additional gross international reserves of 1.6 months of import cover. This provides momentum for the country, but must be accelerated to achieve an average of 3.1 months of import cover in the shortest possible time. Mr. Speaker, to secure the target after netting out debt service, FX operations, energy sector payment, and statutory outflows, the strategy requires an average of $9.5 billion United States dollars annual additions to the country's gross international reserves. Mr. Speaker, to achieve this, the reserve accumulation target, the GANRAP has set an operational weekly gold purchase target of about 3 tons per week. At 3 tons per week and a price of $5,000 per ounce, gross receipts are projected at approximately $25.28 billion United States dollars annually. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's strategy for the acquisition of 3 tons of gold per week is in two folds. The first is the Ghana Gold Board to acquire up to 2.4 tons of gold per week from artisanal small-scale mining sector. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance will be making budgetary allocation to the Ghana Gold Board to achieve the objectives. The second, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry for Land and Natural Resources is to invoke the preemption right under Section 3D of the Ghana Gold Board Act 2025 Act 1140 and Section 7 of the Minerals and Mining Act 703 to purchase a minimum of 0.5 tons of gold per week from large-scale gold mines. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Bank of Ghana will purchase the gold acquired from large-scale mining sector. the gold purchased under Section 3D of the Gold Board Act and Section 7 of the Minerals and Mining Act 2006 shall only be sold by the Central Bank subject to prior approval of Cabinet and Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the following measures will be implemented in the short to medium term. Right Honorable Speaker, measures on large-scale sector operations. A change in the current acquisition arrangement of the 20% large-scale gold output by the Bank of Ghana will be implemented in the short term. First, to ensure compliance by the large-scale mining companies, government shall establish an interagency committee co-chaired by the Minister responsible for lands and natural resources and the Minister of Finance, with membership from the Governor, from the Bank of Ghana, and the Chief Executive of the Minerals Commission and the Ghana Gold Board. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources shall invoke the preemption right under Section 3D of the Ghana Gold Board Act to purchase a minimum of 20% of large-scale gold output, which translates to a minimum of 0.57 tons of gold per week. The gold acquired from the large-scale mining sector shall strictly be in the form of doré and processed in Ghana to promote local value addition. The transaction shall be in cedis only at the prevailing interbank exchange rate and at a discount to be determined by the parties. The applicable discount rate shall be determined based on volume between the government of Ghana and the large-scale mining companies. Right Honorable Speaker, the gold purchased in doré under this new acquisition arrangement shall be refined by local gold refineries, shipped to LBMA refineries for melting, bar casting, and stamping, and added to the country's fiscal gold reserves. Mr. Speaker, this gold shall only be sold by the Central Bank subject to prior approval of Cabinet and Parliament. Mr. Speaker, these measures will ensure strict enforcement of commitment by large-scale mining firms, local value retention, transparency, good governance, and acquisition cost reduction, while supporting local gold refineries to attain an LBMA certification and standards. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Gold Board, as the national assayer, is strategically positioned to enforce this newly proposed acquisition arrangement as it maintains field officers in gold rooms of all large-scale mining firms and assays samples from large-scale gold output before export. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Gold Board has successfully piloted this new acquisition arrangement with 9 large-scale mining firms in the last 6 months. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Gold Board will put in place a strategy to efficiently mop adequate volumes of ASM gold output, minimum of 2.45 tons weekly, through official channels to generate adequate foreign exchange for the country. Over the next 3 years, the Ghana Gold Board aimed to mop up about 127 tons of ASM gold per annum. Mr. Speaker, to achieve this objective in an efficient manner, the following policy measures will be implemented in the artisanal small-scale mining sector. The first, Ghana Gold Board shall arrange enough funds to acquire about 3 to 4 weeks of gold and ensure continuous market participation. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Gold Board will assume full responsibility for the signing of off-take arrangement and the sale of all ASM gold it procures effective from March 2026. This will ensure effective end-to-end trading with off-takers and mitigate trading losses whilst pursuing trading gains for the country. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ghana Gold Board shall deploy effective gold-backed derivative trading programs and hedging strategies to mitigate market risk. Mr. Speaker, again, to disincentivize smuggling and ensure that adequate volumes of ASM gold are purchased, the Ghana Gold Board may employ price incentives through spot world market price purchases and bonuses for licensed miners. Mr. Speaker, in the medium term, the Ghana Gold Board will promote ASM formalization, value chain traceability, and local gold refinery to further reduce costs whilst maximizing return from gold export in a sustainable manner. The Bank of Ghana and the Ghana Gold Board shall sign an agreement which mandates Ghana Gold Board to sell all foreign exchange accrued under this policy to the Bank of Ghana only. Mr. Speaker, at a cost to be determined by the two parties. The Ghana Gold Board is also to facilitate the establishment of a modern LBMA compliant processing plant in partnership with private investors to optimize recovery, participation, particularly in the ASM sector, and promote sustainability. Special effort in the form of nationwide water body cleansing campaign within designated mining areas will be undertaken by the Ghana Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, NIMOS, shall intensify their activities against illegal mining, especially illegal mining activities in water bodies and forest reserves. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and the Ghana Gold Board shall support and scale up sustainable initiatives such as the land reclamation. Mr. Speaker, government will deepen structural reforms that expand foreign exchange inflows whilst reducing persistent FX outflows. Key policy areas will include enhancement of non-traditional export, cocoa sector recovery, implementation of national policy on integrated oil palm development, remittance mobilization, developing new oil fields, and Mr. Speaker, energy sector FS savings, all to ensure that we can actually save more forests. Right Honorable Speaker, the implementation of gas to power transformation policy will also significantly conserve the country's foreign exchange reserve, making way for sustainable reserve accumulation. The gas to power policy measure include the construction of state-owned 1,200. Mr. Speaker, the gas to power policy measure include the construction of a state-owned 1,200 power plant, construction of a second gas processing plant, and revamping of oil and gas sector to attract investment into upstream petroleum sector. Right Honorable Speaker, most importantly, maintaining fiscal discipline at primary surplus level is critical to slow down the pace of foreign exchange reserve depletion. Mr. Speaker, in the last 8 years, the Bank of Ghana has relied on swaps, sale and buybacks, and other short-term facilities to build reserves. This has been done at a very high cost. In 2002, 2003, 2004, the Bank of, in 2022, 2023, and 2024, the Bank of Ghana accumulated reserves of about $3 billion United States dollars, $2 billion United States dollars, and $650 million United States dollars, at a cost of $615 million United States dollars, $476 million United States dollars, and $67 million United States dollars respectively, through swaps and sale and buybacks. Mr. Speaker, in these years, from 2022 to 2024, the Bank of Ghana accumulated reserves of $5.65 billion United States dollars from swaps, sale and buybacks at a cost of $1.16 billion United States dollars in interest payment only. Right Honorable Speaker, between 2022 to 2024, the Central Bank, Bank of Ghana, accumulated reserves of $5.65 billion United States dollars from swaps and sale and buybacks at a cost of $1.16 billion United States dollars in interest payment only. The Bank of Ghana also borrowed from international commercial banks such as JP Morgan, Standard Chartered Bank, and Citibank to the tune of $2 billion United States dollars between 2018 and 2021 at a cost of $182 billion United States dollars. In 2017 alone, government relied on inflows from the issuance of $2.25 billion United States dollars bond from Franklin Templeton to support reserve buildup. Mr. Speaker, the inflows of 2.25 billion United States dollars from Franklin Templeton to partake in the domestic bond issuance of early 2017 cost the nation about 7.3 billion Ghana cedis in interest payment alone between 2017 and 2022. Mr. Speaker, between 2018 and 2021, Ghana again relied heavily on external borrowings to support reserve buildup. A total of 11 billion and 25 million United States dollars was borrowed through Eurobonds by government from the Eurobond market during the period. This came at a very high cost, ranging from 7.6% and 9.6% per annum. Mr. Speaker, the issuance of the 11 billion Eurobonds from 2018 to 2021 to support reserve buildup costed Ghana the following. In 2018, it costed Ghana 81.26 billion United States dollars. In 2019, it costed us 287.58 million United States dollars. In 2020, Ghana had to pay interest only 524.6 million United States dollars. In 2021, Ghana had to pay 740.77 million United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, and in 2022, the country had to pay in interest only 844.83 million United States dollars. In total, Mr. Speaker, Eurobond borrowed between 2018 and 2021 to support reserve buildup costed the taxpayer about 2.5 billion United States dollars in interest payment alone. Right, Honorable Speaker, it should be noted that Ghana is still servicing this debt following the end 2022 debt default. The Speaker, in 2026 alone, Ghana is required to pay 1.5 billion United States dollars in debt servicing due to this Eurobond debt. The Speaker, at the peak of the 2022 economic crisis, Ghana lost access to the international capital market and was in dire need of foreign exchange. Government of Ghana once again resorted to expensive borrowing of 200 million euros, 196.58 million dollars, and 350 million euros from the Afrexim Bank at an all-in cost of 6.49% and 9.5%. and 9.33% per annum respectively to support reserve buildup. Evidently, all these borrowings from 2017 to 2022 were not enough to stabilize the Ghana cedis, leading to depletion of the reserves to unprecedented levels and significant depreciation of the currency. Mr. Speaker, evidently, borrowings from 2017 to 2022 were not enough to stabilize the Ghana cedi, leading to the depletion of the reserves to unprecedented levels and the significant depreciation of the Ghana cedi. It is obvious that borrowing to support reserve accumulation is unsustainable and leads to high debt distress and debt overhang. Mr. Speaker, between 2017 and 2024, the Bank of Ghana and the Ministry of Finance collectively borrowed to the tune of 21.7 billion United States dollars to support reserve buildup at an interest cost of 3.84 billion United States dollars and 7.3 billion Ghana cedis through Franklin Templeton interest payment. Mr. Speaker, if government of Ghana had borrowed 10 billion at the 2025 yield of 8%, the cost to the nation would have been 800 million United States dollars in just 1 year. Mr. Speaker, the cost of accumulation reserves through Ghana Gold Board in the year 2025 was significantly lower than the cost of Ghana's 2022-2023 swaps and sale and buybacks. Mr. Speaker, the evidence is so clear. Right, Honorable Speaker. In addition to the comparable lower costs of the Ghana Gold Board model, the activities of the Ghana Gold Board have been instrumental in restoring macroeconomic stability in Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, in 2025, some of the benefits include the following: significant international reserve accumulation, historic appreciation of the Ghana cedi, significant reduction in inflation, significant improvement in debt sustainability, and significant savings in the servicing of government external obligation, interest costs, amortization, payment, and IPP costs. Right, Honorable Speaker, these macroeconomic gains have delivered meaningful relief to households and businesses through the reduction in fuel prices, food prices, cost of doing business, and cost of living. Mr. Speaker, government will adopt proactive approach to risk management under the Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Policy. Price risk will be mitigated through hedging mechanism and complemented by other trading models. Production risk will be addressed by modernizing mining, processing technology, and diversifying production sites. Mr. Speaker, governance risk will be mitigated through independent audits and enhanced transparency. Environmental and social risk will be addressed through intensified enforcement of anti-illegal mining laws, targeted reclamation, alternative livelihood programs, and community engagement programs. Right, Honorable Speaker, this structured approach aims to transform mining from a volatile revenue source into a stable, transparent, socially and environmentally responsible pillar for macroeconomic stability. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this reserve accumulation policy provides a clear, actionable, and forward-looking framework to enhance Ghana's external resilience. Ghana is positioned to achieve and sustain reserve equivalent to 15 months of import cover by end 2028. Mr. Speaker, this will be the first time ever in the history of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah inherited reserves of 11 months of import cover. We strive to achieve 15 months of import cover by 2028. Mr. Speaker, government remains committed to execute. Mr. Speaker, government remains committed to executing this policy with discipline, transparency, and national consensus. The long-term objective is clear: build an economic war chest to withstand global economic shocks, to secure macroeconomic stability, sustain the economic gains made, improve the standard of living of Ghanaians, and build lasting national prosperity for our future generation. Right, Honorable Speaker, on this historic occasion, I call on this august House to consider and approve Ghana's first national policy deliberately designed to build external reserves and secure the future of our country. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Honorable members, we've listened to the statement by the Minister of Finance, but the statement has gone beyond the ambit of statement. It ended by calling on the House to consider and approve Ghana's first national policy deliberately designed to build external reserves and secure the future of our country. If we have to approve, then it has to be a motion. And so the statement has been made. I will take some comments, but I'll have to refer it to the appropriate committee, that is the Finance Committee, to come by way of a motion, which will be debated, and then we can give our approval. Usually, we don't give approval to statements. We make comments. But these are matters that members may want to make inputs. And so it goes beyond that. You have to make inputs and you have to give your verdict by approving or disapproving. And that means that it has to come by motion. So today we'll take a few comments, and in consultation with leaders, it has been decided that we'll take 4 from each side of the House, 3 members and 1 leader per side of the House. And since the Minister for Finance is coming from the majority side, and he has presented the statement, will take the first comments from the minority side. And therefore, the list that has been given to me, if I'm to go by it, according to precedents, it will be Honorable Dr. Gideon Boakun, and I'm told you are limited to 5 minutes commentary. 5 minutes, Doctor. The 5 minutes starts from now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity granted me to comment on the statement made by the Finance Minister on the Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Policy. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the Minister and as you referred to the Finance Committee, will wait until then. But before then, I wish to make these preliminary comments. Listening to the Finance Minister, it is important that we agree that Ghana, where we have gotten to, need to accumulate enough reserves to anchor our currency and protect safeguards for the economy. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister has stated that this is the first time Ghana is having such a bold policy. I wish to differ in opinion that this whole policy hinges on gold, and it is important that we stress that the policy to accumulate gold to shore up our currency and provide other benefits to the economy is not the first time we are having such a policy. In fact, as the Minister is aware, somewhere in 2021-2022, the Bank of Ghana embarked on the Domestic Gold Purchase Program and the Gold for Reserves Program under the leadership of the former Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. It is this policy that has anchored our currency till today. It is important that today this government has realized the need to increase our gold reserves and therefore is coming to Parliament with this policy. This is how we should govern. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to state that I would have loved that when it came to the point of having cocoa haircuts for cocoa farmers, the same policy should have come to Parliament for us to debate on, as the Minister is doing today. Mr. Speaker, it is an undeniable fact that Ghana holds a strategic position in gold production in the world and Africa. Despite this, the level of Ghana's gold holdings is quite anemic relative to the total holdings institute. And therefore, it is important that as a country, we make steps to accumulate more gold. Mr. Speaker, if this is the position of government, and rightly so as presented by the Finance Minister, I begs the question, why this government decided to sell portions of the gold that they inherited as accumulated for this country. Mr. Speaker, before the assumption of this government, we had increased Ghana's gold reserves from 8 tons to 32 tons, and the government came to increase it to 38 tons. But today, as we speak, half of our gold reserves has been sold by this government. If the policy intention of government is to accumulate more gold to support the economy, why did the government decide to sell gold that was already existing before they came into power? I heard the argument that we needed to sell that gold because we needed liquidity in forex. Yes, it is important that foreign exchange provides liquidity for the economy, but gold reserves also provides monetary solidity and market confidence. We need both as a country in order to thrive in the globally changing economic system. And that is why we from the minority side, we support any attempt by government to shore up our currency, to shore up our economy with gold reserves. But Mr. Speaker, it is important. What is missing from the Minister's presentation is the lack of clarity as to whether or not we are moving 100% to gold reserves or we are moving 100% to foreign exchange reserves or we are having a balancing mix. It is important that we manage our gold accumulation within a certain composition mix ratio such that we have enough foreign exchange in terms of fiat money for liquidity and also have gold. It is not clear from the Minister's policy presentation whether or not we are moving straightly to 100% accumulation of gold or 100% accumulation of FS reserves, or we are having a balancing of the two. Gold reserves is not the same as foreign exchange reserves, although gold reserves can be liquidated to get foreign exchange. So we need to have clarity on that. It is also important to know from the minister's presentation, and that is lacking, how we are going to finance the purchases of this gold. Gold Board came into being by changing the name from PMC to Gold Board with an act. The minister had told this parliament the government of Ghana was going to finance Gold Board. We never saw any action in that regard, although there were budgetary provisions for that. The minister never acted on that, only to realize that the Bank of Ghana was rather pumping money to support Gold Board. But Mr. Speaker, the minister talks about the achievement that has been made in the foreign exchange market by way of the stability of the city. That is fantastic. But it is important for the minister to note that it does not make economic sense to pump over $10 billion in city foreign exchange intervention and only reduce the rate from 14 to about 11 to 12, when in the past, under the previous government, the rate was reduced from 16 to 14 without a $10 billion intervention in the economy.
Honorable member, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. You've done very well with your comments. We'll move on to the other side and we'll listen to Honorable Isaac Adungo. Please, 5 minutes from now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members,
want to
Deputy
thank
Speaker
the
to take
Minister
the
for
chair.
Finance.
Sorry, I've taken one of your minutes.
His Excellency.
First Deputy Speaker to take the chair. So your 1 minute starts from now. Your 5 minutes starts from now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to thank the Minister for Finance for his forthrightness and his love for our country, and to thank His Excellency the President and the Cabinet of the government for thinking about the future of our country and trying to address one of the most significant challenges that we have faced over the last years. But of course, I am happy that my colleagues have demonstrated the need to support this policy, except to say that they must share in the glory. But Mr. Speaker, at the time we were going to the IMF in 2022, Ghana's reserve could only support 0.8 months, less than 2 weeks of import cover. And yet somebody said he started gold purchase program and gold for reserves, but ended up without reserves and had to go to the IMF because after printing a lot of cedis, they struggled to externalize the cedis to pay external obligations and needed now to go and tell the world that they cannot pay. But Mr. Speaker, we want people to understand that nobody pumped 10 billion into the economy. Mr. Speaker, we inherited a reserve of 8 billion. 8 billion. As we speak, we ended the year 2025 with a reserve position of 13 billion. How do you pump 10 billion out of 8 billion and end the year with 13 billion? So clearly, nobody pumped 10 billion into the economy. And that continuous peddling of falsehood will not become the truth. The truth is that we took off reserve of 8 billion. We have added 5 billion to push it to 13 billion. The 10 billion that financed the economy is an intermediation of the economy's own generation of forex. It is not money sitting at Bank of Ghana, which we call people and pump them the money. So please, that has to disappear. But Mr. Speaker, my colleague also made a very important statement that I want to associate with. It is important that we understand that this is going to cost a lot of money. And as a country, we must think around how to finance all these ambitious projects that we intend to embark on. The emphasis is to convert CD resources into forex resources. Certainly, when you undertake that, it also means that the reserves that we are building, Ghanaians are going to work to produce the gold. Ghanaians are now going to get a lot of money, so definitely the central bank must now incur the cost of mopping up the excess liquidity. And as a country, we must engage in a conversation to share the cost of mopping up that excess liquidity so that it doesn't sit entirely on the books of the central bank in an attempt to solve a major problem for which our tool is to assist with the central bank. But, Mr. Speaker, we also have to understand that inbuilt in this exercise is the need to have a robust risk management system. A couple of years back, in 1999, for those of you who are old enough, you would have heard that the Bank of England offloaded its stock of gold. Immediately, gold prices collapsed, and our own golden share at Ashanti Goldfields became a problem because the shares at Ashanti Goldfields plummeted. As a result, we had to sell the golden shares to Ashanti Gold. And it was because we had hedged our gold into the future and we were being called upon to make margin calls of about $250 million that Goldfields didn't have. And so we need to understand that it is not enough to pile up gold at the Bank of Ghana that will be facing risk when in fact it is the forest that you need. So you need to assess how much of gold you need to keep vis-a-vis the forest that you have. And so when the central bank decided to liquidate about 22% of gold resources at the bank, it was precisely to manage the risk. That is why you did not see a fall in the reserve, but rather an increase in the reserve to 13 billion. Do you want to keep gold alone so that when gold prices plummet, then all your reserves disappear? You must have a risk management tool that allows you to balance what you need to keep. And our peers across the world were doing an average of 80 to 22% of their reserve in gold. And therefore, we decided to also follow the same footstep by making sure that we liquidate the excess gold so that we are within the 20 to 22% of gold reserve in our portfolio. That was what was done. It is not that
Honorable member, your time is up. Your microphone is off. It's now the turn of Honorable Chinibo Afoko. You have 5 minutes, beginning from now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully to the Minister for Finance, and I know it's following the same trend that we know, that the economy is doing well, macroeconomic indicators are looking good. But, Mr. Speaker, the little bit that I would require of our Minister of Finance is that whenever you're giving such indicators, please, let's know what is happening across the world, the globe. Let's know what is happening in our sub-region so that we can make some inference, we can do some comparisons. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's not just Ghana. The trends that we are seeing, it's not just Ghana. I had the opportunity to be in Monrovia where we had a high-level discussion on the convergence to have the eco coming upstream end of next year. And you could see that within the sub-region, all the macroeconomic metrics that we are patting ourselves in the back, they are equally doing well. But then you ask yourself, even in Ghana, Mr. Speaker, what really are the needle movers that are really supporting the macroeconomic indicators that our minister spoke about? The gold. Mr. Speaker, yes, gold now, we're touting ourselves that we want to build reserves. But look at gold board itself. All the risks that we have rather introduced into gold board, the risks that we have introduced into gold board, if we wanted to better make gold board a better institution, Mr. Speaker, what we are doing now is rather introducing risks into gold board. If you look at the structure now, we have one institution at the very top called Bauer Company Limited. This company is the only institution, Bauer Rock, is the only institution that is aggregating all the gold that we are getting from this country. Mr. Speaker, this is significant risk to this country because all that we are saying is, yes, Bauer Rock has gotten this security or guarantee to be able to underwrite these gold. But, Mr. Speaker, let's ask ourselves,
let's ask ourselves, why would you allow just one company to bear such significant risks? It's just too much risk for one company to bear. So, Mr. Speaker, now we want to build significant reserves, and we have this company that has been exposed so much that any trigger on the guarantee that is producing will send us flat, and this policy that we are bringing across will just flop completely. So, Mr. Speaker, I would rather advise that we look at managing the risks of Gold Board to ensure that this entity that we are relying on to help us build the reserves that we are hoping to get, the reserves that we are trying to boost, we manage the reserves in order to ensure that this company is run well and the risk is well managed. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I'll give the floor to Honourable Felix Ofosu Kwachi.
This guy.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment briefly on the presentation made by the Minister responsible for Finance. Mr. Speaker, this has to go down as one of the most forward-looking economic policies envisaged by any government, because we do know that the Ghanaian economy for many decades prior to last year had been undermined significantly by challenges with the extent of our reserves and the implications that it has on the depreciation of our currencies. Indeed, as the Minister highlighted in his statements, previous governments have attempted to address our forex concerns through expensive borrowing. And he indeed showed that in the 8-year period that our friends on the other side stayed in government, they had to cough out $3.4 billion and 7.3 billion Ghana cedis in order to borrow up to $21.4 billion to shore up our reserves and protect our currency. Even then, our currency suffered a catastrophic decline, which then imposed severe hardships and suffering on the people of Ghana. It meant that a succeeding government was going to have to toe a different line in order to achieve the objective of having significant reserves in order to protect our currency. And this government has proven resourceful in coming up with this arrangement to ensure that we overcome this perennial difficulty. Our friends have a penchant for being quick to claim credit for the successes chalked in the last year in terms of the gains made by the Ghana cedi. They claim it is a product of some policy initiative implemented by their now flag bearer and former chairperson of the economic management team. Mr. Speaker, when he suits them in one breath, they say that he had absolutely nothing to do with economic management and that it was the responsibility of somebody else to manage the economy. And then in another breath, they insist that the same man who had nothing to do with the economy was able to single-handedly impose a gold for reserve policy on the government. So they have to decide what they want. They have to decide where they stand. Was the man in charge of the Ghanaian economy or was he not? He could not have been in charge and also not be in charge at the same time. They are going to have to decide and stay consistent. Mr. Speaker, the records show that the Gold Board arrangement, which is responsible for the successes that we have chalked with the Ghana cedi, was contained in our 2020 manifesto. It was proposed as a solution to perennial shortages in forex accumulation and depreciation of our currency. We also do know that that whole gold for reserve policy was a Hail Mary attempt
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you follow American football. So you do know that in the course of American football, when one team is losing and the minutes are winding down, the clock is winding down, they take a long shot in the hope that they will score. After they depleted our reserves, they were desperate and therefore had to resort to this goal for reserve policy, which was riddled with opacity and a lack of transparency. So they have to tone down on the efforts to usurp the work done by the gold board. They must give credit where it is due. In any event, how is it that they were able to implement this gold for reserve policy and yet our currency depreciated to the extent that it depreciated? How is it that the policy that they say was ingenious did not yield any results? And that at the same time that they were implementing the policy, our currency was tumbling. Our currency has responded to the policy initiative of this administration. And as we speak, Ghanaians are feeling the relief. Exactly. Everywhere you go, Mr. Speaker, the prices of thousands of commodities and items on the markets have come down. Yes. And it is a direct consequence. It is a direct consequence.
Honourable member, your time is up. Honourable members, let me bring it to your notice that I am not the one controlling the time. The IT department is the one that is controlling the time. When you are left with a minute more, then the light will be blinking. If the light is blinking, that doesn't mean your time is up. Once the time is up, you will be cut off automatically. So I'm not the one controlling. It's now the turn of Dr. Kabirutia.
Mr. Speaker, just before the last speaker from our side, the minister responsible for government communication, he used the Hail Mary. The Catholics are offended. Mr. Speaker, the second deputy speaker is a Catholic, and he's not happy of that. So it should be expunged. He said it was a Hail Mary attempt. It's an insult to the Catholics.
Honorable Habib, I think you are out of order. It's now the turn of Dr. Kabirutia.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Your 5 minutes start now.
Mr. Speaker, the minister responsible for finance has started what arguable is going to be the death of a policy that I thought would have survived beyond today. And he has committed 3 sins. And those sins are actually speaking to the bad omen around this policy. First, the sin of selective amnesia, Mr. Speaker. That sin is so fatal that if you choose to give history of Eurobond issuance for a particular 8 years, losing sight of years before, it is the first sin that is going to spell the doom of this policy. Mr. Speaker, the second sin is a sin of propaganda, Mr. Speaker, that when you want to highlight a policy to rally around the house, get everyone around, you must acknowledge leaders of old, of yesterday, who have initiated similar things of which you are building on. It cannot be true, and it's never true, and it ought not to stand in this house that this is the first time that we are contemplating as a country a policy for the accumulation of reserves that is anchored on natural resources or commodity. It cannot be true. And the house of this house should reflect that the Bank of Ghana has initiated this policy. The Bank of Ghana has acknowledged, the current relationship of Bank of Ghana has actually acknowledged the previous attempts by previous leaders to accumulate reserves. So that is the first thing. Mr. Speaker, the second thing I want to correct before I even go to the substantive is that and that's the third mistake, Mr. Speaker. The third mistake is that when they rise to contribute to the motion, they are failing to be religious to the facts. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Adongo rise up to say that gold reserves were 8 billion. It's a total falsehood. We left reserves of 9.1 billion in the Bank of Ghana report, and it's set by the Bank of Ghana. It's the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the second misinformation is that they were doing 0.8 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana report stated that we left office with 4 months of import cover in the Bank of Ghana report, which he serves as a board member. Mr. Speaker, that is another misinformation. Mr. Speaker, he's saying that Bank of Ghana is not propping up the CD with annual or monthly introduction of 1 billion United Dollars to prop up our CD. That is also another falsehood, Mr. Speaker, because the Bank of Ghana itself has admitted and tell me what they call market intimidation. So these are the facts before this House, and when you write to speak to the facts, stay true and loyal to the facts, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me now come to the broad contours of his policy, the National Accelerated Reserve Program or Accelerated Reserve Accumulation Program. Mr. Speaker, it is anchored on nothing but commodity, Mr. Speaker. Gold, crude oil, cocoa prices. Mr. Speaker, gold is the only one sustaining it because we have had record increase in prices from 2,600 United States dollars to the ounce to almost 5,000 now as we have it. But cocoa prices, crude oil prices, they are all on nosedive, Mr. Speaker. So when you are introducing a policy that is anchored on commodity prices, you must have safeguard and risk mitigating measures. In this policy, Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely nothing in that policy that speaks to the mitigating measures, except to say that they are now going to have what they call if you like, energy sector payment plan or cocoa sector recovery plan. Mr. Speaker, cocoa has been mentioned only with a one line. Meanwhile, cocoa before gold was the mainstay of our country, and there was a major export of their country, and there was what was supporting our economy in those days. So, Mr. Speaker, that is another problem. Mr. Speaker, I'll then come to what they want to do, measures. They mentioned that 20% of large-scale goods is going to be harnessed, and that will translate to something like 0.57 ounces per week. Mr. Speaker, I sat in a meeting at the Jubilee House where large gold miners were called through the chambers of gold miners or chambers of mine, and we clearly stated to them, and they agreed to say, to allow the Bank of Ghana to buy 20% of their gold produce. So what is new? Nothing is new in that particular measure, and you come and present same as if it's a new policy. Mr. Speaker, they are also talking of non-traditional export. We remember President Kufuor took initiatives on the promotion of non-traditional exports. Mr. Speaker, they talk about cocoa sector reforms and the development of new fields. Mr. Speaker, even the new field that they want to develop, it was President Kufuor who discovered the oil. So when you come to this particular house, and you want to present a policy to the government or to the people of Ghana, you must contemplate that you need policy coherence. You need the people of Ghana to support you in this policy. But you don't come with half troops and present it as if it is the Holy Grail, and that for the first time that we are having an accelerated gold reserve program. It is not true, Mr. Speaker. In the fullness of time, in the debate of the motion, we will expose the lies, we will expose the false.
Yes, it's now the turn of Honorable Kwame Agoja.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kwame Agoja, your time now starts.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the Minister responsible for Finance for this ambitious policy outdooring on the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, Ghana can do better if we can build up a reserve for 15 months. Mr. Speaker, I think the presentation also answers one of the requirements of the respected minority leader when he said that the statement must be factual, and the statement has been very factual. Unlike a statement that was quoted using Psalm 23, 118 to 23, which is full of non-factuals. Mr. Speaker, did I hear my colleague criticizing this policy? You see, your problem is that you are pretending to have a reason to criticize everything. Dr. Kabiru, where is he? He's even left the room just after presentation. When you were doing the gold for oil policy, you didn't even bring any paper to this House to present to members of Parliament. This is the difference between you and the NDC. Let me tell you this. I heard Dr. Kabiru talking about, we didn't say anything about cocoa. I wish he was here. When he actually said that he sat in a meeting when they discussed
they had a discussion about the gold people. He also probably sat in a meeting that decided to pay $29 million to a contractor to build a road between Savilugu and Walewale. Do you know? Hold on. Because he linked it to cocoa. Let me tell you, the $29 million that was paid the Indian contractor and did no work could have bought 123,000 bags of cocoa. And guess what? The $100 million spent on the cathedral could have bought over 450,000 bags of cocoa. That is what you should have done. But let's look at it. We are saying this. Minority, listen to this. Whether your government match this achievement, we are saying that when you left inflation at 23.8%, today inflation is 3.8%. Are you not excited? Today, they said 90-day treasury bill. You left it at 27.7%. Today it's 11%. Today, businesses can borrow money and do proper business. Even including cocoa farmers can borrow cheaper under this government. And the public debt that you left at 61% today is 45%. So exactly what are you doing? Let me tell you this. I heard that, in fact, finance minister just told me that, so all along, when you said we had reserves of even the 5 months, 4 point something months, you were pretending that we had money. So you go and borrow money from the World Bank and very expensive loans, come and put it in your account, and then be paying interest on it. Who does that? When you are broke, when you borrow money, you apply it to something that can give you revenue. But not knowing, Kenoforiata, all you are doing was to be borrowing money expensively and put in your bank account as if it's yours and be charging interest on it. That is a very lazy way of managing an economy. So what we are saying is this, that these policies are the policies that will anchor the future of our children. That we build reserves so that no more are we going to wake up one day, they say that once the price of a commodity falls, within 2 weeks, the city is falling. Today, I can hear you saying that, oh, look at what will happen and the city will fall. By the grace of God, the city will continue to disgrace you. The city will continue to disgrace you. The city is stable. Your wishes will never come to pass. You understand? President Mahama is obviously a better president than President Akufo-Addo. And whoever will take over from President Mahama will surely be a better president than whoever you are talking about. So let me repeat. I'm saying that the $100 million you spent on the cathedral could have bought 450,000 bags of cocoa. The $29 million spent on the Balewale road, for which you want no road, could have bought another 120,000 bags of cocoa. So if anybody has cheated cocoa farmers, you have cheated cocoa farmers. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Minority Leader. It's now the turn of the Minority Leader.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make a comment on the statement by the Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister came to this House with his technical team, sought the leave of the House to present to us a document he has conveniently titled, quote, Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Policy 2026 to 2028. And having completed that duty, the 188 of his own side seem not to be excited. Mr. Speaker, we are not managing an economy to talk about numbers that have no direct correlation and benefit to the ordinary people on the street of Accra. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister is here talking about inflation. What is inflation? When you go to the market and you cannot afford and you say inflation. Mr. Speaker,
Yes, you can, because you have
the finance minister came here talking to us about some 15-month import cover. Mr. Speaker, we are not interested in his economic theories. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister must know that this house is not interested in his new theories. Mr. Speaker, the people of Ghana, and I start from the youth, you promised them 1 job, 3 shifts. I expect you as a finance minister to come to this house to address us on effort you are making. It's been 1 year. 1 year. Your own constituent, give us data. How many people you've employed? In Jomoro, in Evaregira, in Efutu, the transport minister, the roads and highways minister, in his own constituency at Aklu. How many people have benefited from job creation policy? You come to this house, and you tell us 15-month import cover, and you come and spend a whole 1 hour when your people have no jobs. Mr. Speaker, even when you come to the recruitment, it's a complete scam. And I'll explain to you, the recruitment into police, immigration, prisons, you are now even telling the youth that they should go and buy forms. They should go behind computer and do aptitude tests. In this country, how many areas have internet? The youth are spending more. The youth who are already unemployed, they are borrowing to spend, to have access to computer. These are things that you have ignored. You've ignored. And you come and sit here and say, macro, nebedi. Macro, nebedi. Obedia was a macro. Macro, any day. Finance minister, what's it then? Macroeconomic and accumulation. My friend, finance minister, I'm not interested in your macro numbers. So I'm not interested. I'm interested in the bread and butter issues. Electricity. On paper, you have increased electricity tariffs by over 30%. Now, put the numbers on paper aside. Listen, for those of you who, because you are in government, you are ignoring the realities on the ground. Ghanaians cannot afford electricity. You should know this. These are the things you should introduce policies for reform. How to reform the energy sector. You are not doing that. You come here and say, macro. I will not commend you for doing this. I'm not going to praise you. Electricity needs reforms. Those are the bona fides you must pay attention to. Then you come here, you say, and then 15 months, they say Ghana accelerated national reserve accumulation. When you buy electricity, Mr. Speaker, this morning, somebody told me that she used to buy 1,000 for a whole month. Today, even if you buy 2,000 for 1 week, and soon, Mr. Speaker, let us be careful what we tell the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about electricity. NDC came into office. When they came into office, the first thing they did was to increase electricity tariffs. Instead of pursuing reforms under their own research agenda, they increased electricity, totaling 30%. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the reality is that electricity tariffs have gone up by over 100% because, Mr. Speaker, the consumption, the people on the street in our constituencies, what they buy is unable to sustain them, and they know the numbers. They know how much they purchased in 2024. They know what they were buying in 2023. as compared to what they are buying now. Mr. Speaker, that is the reality. Next, Mr. Speaker, next is the cocoa. Mr. Speaker, our cocoa farmers have been a supporting pillar of our economy since the days of Gold Coast. Mr. Speaker, this government came into being and they have abandoned all the supporting pillars of the economy. Mr. Speaker, I don't need to be an economist to understand what leads to economic growth. My basic ideas as an entrepreneur are enough for me to know that when you create opportunities, the economy grows. Mr. Speaker, this government promised that upon assumption of office, a bag of cocoa will be increased to 6,000 Ghana cedi. The finance minister says so. The ranking on agri says so. Mr. Speaker, today, they rather have reduced the producer price. At the comfort of his office, he reduced the producer price. Cocoa farmers, wana how, onyawo how, enya wasem. What's your office? Now what say so? What's your one haircut? What say so? You sat in your office and reduced producer price of cocoa. 1,000 Ghana cedis is what you took away. Cocoa farmers cannot pay fees. They are borrowed from the cocoa crutches. They cannot take care of their health. Those matters do not concern you. Then you come and you say Ghana accelerated National Reserve. What we demand from you, Mr. Finance Minister, is to immediately restore the producer price of cocoa that you came to meet. If you cannot increase, don't reduce it. If you cannot increase, don't reduce it. That is the reality. That is the reality, Honorable Finance Minister. Mr. Speaker, again, instead of the Finance Minister introducing incentives to grow the economy, he is not. Mr. Speaker, what businesses need is rebates, tax breaks. What businesses need is a proper environment to grow their business. Mr. Speaker, the minister is not offering any of that. There are no incentives in the economy. No employment. No employment. And then you come here, you tell us that indeed we should allow you to create a certain reserve accumulation. What is reserve accumulation? When your own constituents are hungry, your people are tired of the promises. You do politics of sloganeering. Enough of the slogans. Create jobs. Create jobs. 1 job, 3 shifts. It's you who said it. Create the jobs. Create the jobs. Go to Dansuma, Ablekuma North, Ablekuma South. You follow.
Honorable Minority Leader, the arrangements, please, can you for once listen? You don't want to listen to me?
We're not restricted, a majority
Please,
leader knows.
Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker,
I do not want to engage in any banter
I'm
with
not.
you.
If you are told me 10 minutes, I'll prepare
If
accordingly.
you can hear me out.
Mr. Speaker, I must not be cut this way.
The time allocation and the arrangements were made before I took over, and I indicated right from the beginning that I am not the one controlling the time. I am not the one controlling the time. Once your time is up, you will be cut automatically. So please, is now Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. Honourable members, can we have some order? Honourable members, let me make it clear that I indicated right from the beginning that I do not have control over the time. I did indicate. So once your time is up, it will be cut automatically. So, honourable members, it's now the turn. Honourable members, what is the sense of the House? I think we are speaking for 5 minutes and leaders are giving 10 minutes, double the time. And it's fixed automatically once the time is up. Let me hear the majority leader. Yes, majority leader, what is the sense of the House?
Prepare tomorrow. Come prepare tomorrow.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think there's some genuine misunderstanding. Genuinely. You are right, but also the minority leader is right. The reason why I say so is that as the debate proceeded, we had actually not taken a decision on the time to be allotted to leaders. We had not taken a decision. But whilst the debate was going on, my deputy whip consulted me and said, how many minutes per leader? And I said, I don't know. Then he said, how about 10 minutes, since each member is speaking for 5 minutes? And I said, well, 10 minutes should be fine, because the main debate is tomorrow. The idea today was just to comment on, whatever the minister was going to say. But the actual debate is tomorrow. So I believe that the communication then went to you that leaders will speak for 10 minutes. I don't know if we conveyed the message to our colleagues on the other side. So I think there's a genuine communication gap. So to deal with this, I think we can even up by agreeing on a 15 minutes.
Yes,
so that we'll add 5 minutes.
We must place on record that no communication came to me. If it came to the speaker before he handed over to me, I wouldn't be able to say. That is why I maintain that for today, I am not the timekeeper. They are keeping the time somewhere. So once your time is up, I have no control. So what is the sense of the House? I am not even the one cutting. Very well. So the timekeepers. Mr. Speaker, you see, minority leader, sometimes the way you
Mr.
do
Speaker, don't
things.
take issue with me. With respect.
I'm not taking. I just do not want to go there. I'm just controlling myself for today.
Please.
Just controlling myself.
Mr. Speaker, then you should talk to your side. You should talk to your side. I also deserve respect. You should talk to your side. That side, their behavior. Look at their behavior. They are backbenchers. They don't come into our matter. When your leader stood up, this side kept quiet. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, don't worry. I'm able to take this up. Mr. Speaker, whenever any of their side is up, our side, accord them that respect. Mr. Speaker, you are not a leader. For instance, you are not a leader. Sit down. You are not a leader. Sit down. You are not in leadership. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. You sit down. Let the backbench copy rightly from you. Sit down. Mr. Speaker, our concern is very simple. Ampim, I've heard you, and I will respond to you at the right time. Continue that disrespect. Mr. Speaker, we understood it to mean that the other speakers were going to have 5 minutes each. Like the majority leader explained, nothing was communicated to us. To be frank with you, if I was told that I had 5 minutes or even 2 minutes, I have my notes, I would have chosen which point to pursue. Mr. Speaker, this argument that somebody is keeping the time and the person has clocked in 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't communicated. And Honorable Achampo, we operate in this chamber on the basis of good faith. If indeed what leader said was a true position, you could have gently moved across, communicated to Habib that this is the proposal. We would comply. But when you do this, you create a bad situation for this house and those of us here. And it's unfair. I saw you winking. There are things you can joke with. There are matters you cannot joke with. Because you make me look bad and you make the speaker also look bad. So stop it. In future, communicate well and let us do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, we need to pursue the debate. I need to go on, and then when I finish, the majority leader can also come.
Honorable members, if you cannot reach a consensus, then I will want to go by the rules. Now, this statement is made under Order 91 of our standing orders. Now, Order 91(4), and I quote, a member commenting on the statement shall not take more than 5 minutes, except otherwise permitted by the speaker. For now, I am presiding as the speaker. I determine whether you can go beyond 10 minutes or you cannot go beyond 10 minutes. So since the House cannot come to a consensus as to the number of minutes that the leaders should speak, I will therefore rule that going by the order, no leader is going beyond 10 minutes. Now, I will proceed to stand on Order 63 to expunge from record everything said by the minority leader in Twi that has not been translated into English language. Now, majority leader, you have the floor. You are not going beyond 10 minutes.
Your microphone is on.
Yes, majority leader, you have the floor.
Get his attention first. Mr. Speaker,
I honestly think that a very important national policy happened. The first time that it is happening. Because I hear friends opposite indicating that this is not the first time there is an attempt to create a reserve. And that the goal for, reserve, goal for oil policy was meant to create a reserve. Fine. But at least at that time, we did not have the benefit of a coherent policy document presented to Parliament for us to consider, debate, and approve. Then it would have been part of the records of this House. Part of the records of this House. Today there is a policy document presented to this House, and we are seeking to detract from the importance and the value of the presentation that has been made. I think this is most unfortunate. So, Mr. Speaker, my brother minority leader, it is not every day that you will prevail. You must learn to accept even when you are not prevailing. You have made your point. Everybody has seen that you have made your point. Even I got up and supported your opposition, that unfortunately we as leaders were not told the time. That I admitted. So I don't see the need to continue to engage in a banter with the Speaker. Yes, even I am going to suffer that because I'm going to speak for only 10 minutes. And I've already spent about 4 minutes of that time trying to address this situation. So please, Minority Leader, let us focus on the business of the day. Mr. Speaker, there's going to be a full-blown debate on this matter. A full-blown debate tomorrow, just tomorrow. So tomorrow you will have the opportunity to say everything that you want to say before we approve the policy document. So there's no need for us to spend all the time engaging in a fight. Mr. Speaker, strictly speaking, no, listen, please, stop doing what you are doing. Stop doing what you are doing. When you were speaking, I kept quiet and I was watching you. When you were speaking, I kept quiet, I was watching you. I kept quiet and listening to you. When I'm speaking, don't interject the way you are doing. Strictly speaking, the Speaker is right. The rules say 5 minutes for every member. When you go to questions, it makes an exception for leaders to ask more than one after the main question has been asked. So where the rules intend to make an exception, they make a clear exception. The rules don't say that if you are a leader, you can speak ad infinitum. No. The rules say 5 minutes for every member commenting on a statement. And that was a statement. And the time is 5 minutes. It is only a privilege that he has conferred on us by allowing us as leaders to speak for 10 minutes. So you can't take the Speaker on for allowing you 10 minutes when the rules even say 5 minutes. You can only plead. If you plead and he accepts, that is it. That is it. But this is not necessary. Tomorrow we will have a full-blown debate on the report. Full-blown debate on the report. Please. The Speaker is also our colleague. 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 Please. Mr. Speaker. You want silence here? Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the rules, I will not say much. All I can say in response to what has been said is that this policy is simply to deal with the problem of a rainy day. Today is a sunny day where gold prices have shot up and they are $5,000 per ounce from $2,000 thereabout. We are benefiting from this. We don't know what the future holds. And a visionary leadership, a visionary finance minister has to think about tomorrow if commodity prices are not as good as they are today. Just last week, we witnessed a slump in the price of cocoa. If when cocoa prices were high, we had such visionary leaders and we had saved in preparation for when prices came down, we would not have been demonstrating in the streets. We would have had a buffer to support us to be able to cushion the cocoa farmers. So if you are interested in the welfare of cocoa farmers, you must be interested in this policy that is being introduced today, because it is also to cushion both the cocoa farmer and the gold miner in future when the prices slump. So this is the essence of today. You learn from the mistakes of the past. We did not take advantage in the past when prices were very high. Today, we want to put in place a policy and a mechanism that will enable us to harness the opportunity provided by the huge gold prices to create a reserve that in future we can depend on as an economy. Mr. Speaker, I hear arguments that what is the benefit of a good reserve? Let me just take cement prices. Because of the good policies that have been implemented, the cedi appreciated in relation to the dollar. As a result of that, the current, when you import 60,000 metric tons of clinker. Benefit of implementing policies like that. This low price is being transferred to the consumer, the person buying the cement. That is how come cement prices have come down from 115 Ghana cedis per bag to 85 Ghana cedis per bag. That is how come the price of PVC pipes have come down from 15 Ghana cedis per 20 millimeter PVC pipe to 9 Ghana cedis. That is how the price of petrol has come down from 80 Ghana cedis to 49 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on and on, because the policies are translating into the lives of our people. They are paying lower prices. Indeed, I know there are complaints that the prices are not going down as much as the consumers expect, because when they see government intervention, they expect impact that will be higher. But we know that with time, we will get there. But no one can deny the fact that these policies are translating into improvements in the living conditions of our people. Mr. Speaker, the last point I will make, he talked about job creation. The Ghana Statistical Service reported that in the last 12 months, 1 million people have found jobs. In the Ghana economy, 1 million people have found jobs. Go to the Ghana Statistical Service. Ghana Statistical Service. In the last 12 months, 1 million people have found jobs, because the last quarter of 2024, Ghana Statistical Service, the last quarter of 2024 reported, the last quarter of 2024, the number of people who were working
Yes, Majority Leader, your time is up. Honourable members, the Honourable Minister responsible for finance, at the conclusion of the statement, requests that Parliament do consider and approve Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Policy 2026 to 2028. The Speaker has given some inclinations. So based on that inclination, I will refer the statement to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House as a matter of urgency for tomorrow. Honourable members, thank you. Well, the sense is that I should add the Economy Committee. So I so direct that the Committee on Economy joins the Finance Committee to give consideration and report. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, kindly consider directing that they should submit their report tomorrow for adoption by this House. We have variously announced that there will be an opportunity to debate tomorrow. So let's have the report submitted tomorrow for adoption by this House.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, a serious government policy like this, they want us to rush it within 24 hours. Mr. Speaker, it's because of what? Mr. Speaker, I don't, it has just been given to us. Members need to read it, the committee need to meet, look at it. So, Mr. Speaker, to say you should direct that they should report back by tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, it's inadequate for the committee to look at it. I don't know whether it's the case that they just want to clear it and add it to the State of the Nation address. And Mr. Speaker, tomorrow we are preparing towards the State of the Nation address. So definitely, and we are closing early tomorrow. And we are moving a motion on the gold reserve to tomorrow that Speaker have said, the gold board issue. The motion will be moved tomorrow. Speaker indicated so. So to say they should report tomorrow, the timing is inadequate, Mr. Speaker. We cannot get the report by tomorrow.
I believe the issue that we cannot get the report tomorrow is neither here nor there. Because if the Finance Committee wouldn't be able to work within that time frame, I expect the members of the Finance Committee to do so. So Finance Committee, as much as possible, if you can present your report tomorrow, why? The House will be able to take your report. Yes, Majority Leader, any indication?
The Minister for Roads is here, so can take his, he can answer his questions. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, the Road Traffic Regulations 2026 is ready for laying presentation. So if you can indulge us to vary the order of business to item 8 and lay the road traffic regulations. The minister is here, just laying, and then we can go back to questions.
Yes, the application is to vary the order of business to take item numbered 8. Honourable member, silence means consent. We vary the order of business to take the item numbered 8 at commencement of public business, presentation of instruments. Minister for Transport. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Speaker, with respect, I want to draw the attention of Majority Leader to the fact that this is not a one-sided house. Mr. Speaker, as much as possible, he has to engage on the issue of the referral to the Committee of Finance and the Economy. He just came out with the suggestion that they should report tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, at least it is fair that, given the fact that the documents are even yet to be distributed to members. Mr. Speaker, and this is supposed to be such an important policy document. Mr. Speaker, you cannot say that just tomorrow, the Majority Leader cannot just say that there should be a report of this tomorrow, when he knows the Right Honorable Speaker scheduled tomorrow for this House to take the gold board motion, the losses on gold board, which IMF has reported that to be 7 billion cedis. 7 billion cedis. 7 billion cedis is a report. And this House is to debate this matter tomorrow. And then he says that there should be another motion tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, this is a two-sided House. Democracy have an ear for the minority. Mr. Speaker, I would plead with the Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, let us build consensus on these matters. Let us build consensus on this matter. Tomorrow is too short a time. We can look at the report next week.
Honourable members, at commencement of public business, presentation of instrument. Minister for Transport.
Road Traffic Regulation 2026.
Honourable members, the regulation has been duly laid and it is referred to a committee on subsidiary legislation for consideration and report. Yes, Majority Leader.
So, Mr. Speaker, we can now go to questions. Item 6.
Honourable members, item number 6, question time. I will call on the Minister for Roads and Highways to take the designated seat in response to questions scheduled for him. I will proceed to question numbered 584, standing in the name of Honorable Kwame Anyimedu Entry, Member of Parliament for Asante Akim Central, to pose the question to the Minister. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I have with your permission, I have the authority of the member to ask the question on his behalf.
Very well, please do.
I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the Konongo-Zongo to Praso through Driase Road will be completed.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, ministers are encouraged to be here to answer questions. And I've been coming here. Mr. Speaker, can we also say that members who fail to come and ask the questions, the answers should be published. The answers should be published.
Honorable members, I always admonish that we are all members of parliament. Sometimes certain things flows when the minister is not available to answer a question. Though the minister will write to the House explaining the circumstances. But when we get the microphone, things that we place on record, our members, sometimes danger begets a man, the cry of distress may summon for relief. So we are getting onto the record what we get sometimes, flowing from what we do to ourselves as members of parliament. So, Honorable Minister, I'll call upon you to do nothing but to respond to the questions.
Mr. Speaker, I will comply accordingly. Mr. Speaker, this is my response to question numbered 584. The Konongo Zongo to Praso through Jase is a 25.6 kilometer inner district road that connects Asante Achim Central Municipality to Asante Achim South Municipality of Ashanti Region. It is an engineered bituminous surface road in poor condition. There are currently no programs on this road. Engineering design studies and cost estimate have been carried out on the road for consideration upon availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, do you have a supplementary question?
No, please.
Thank you. Honourable Member, this is a constituency-specific question. We'll move to question number 551. Standing in the name of Dr. Grace Ayen Sudankwa, Esikado, Kitan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highway the status of the following roads: Kansarodu to Mampong and Mampong to Abasa, Impinting to Eshiem, Eshiem to Ntamakrom, and Ntamakrom to Ango. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Kansawuro do Mampong Road, as well as the KNUSC Institute of Distance Learning Road, have been earmarked for rehabilitation under the contract upgrading of selected roads in Esikado, Kitan sub-metropolis area, 6.52 kilometers. The contract commenced on the 23rd of April 2019 for completion by 22nd of October 2020. The date to date, 3.4 kilometers of this road has been constructed from gravel to asphalt binder course. The physical progress is so far 61%. The contractor has abandoned site due to delay in payment for works done. Efforts are being made to bring the contractor back to site to complete outstanding work. Future program, the engineering studies and cost estimate will be carried out on the Mampong Abasa section of the road for consideration based on availability of funds. Mr. Speaker, Impintin Eshien Ntamakrom Angu Road. This road is within the Sekendi Takrady metropolis of the Western region. It is a 15-kilometer engineered road in poor condition. There are currently no programs on this road. Engineering design studies and cost estimate will be carried out on the road and for consideration upon availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to know since when the contractor abandoned the site.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the contract period, as I said, was from 2019 to 2020. Obviously, the contractor left site somewhere after 2020 without completing the work.
Any further question?
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, this is also a constituency specific. We move to question number 552, standing in the name of Honorable Felix Akwete Okle, Botiano, English and Manfro constituency.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I would like to come under Order 92 to withdraw my question and to thank the Minister for great work, the great construction work that is happening in my constituency currently as I speak. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Leave is hereby granted. Question accordingly withdrawn. We move to question number 580, standing in the name of Bright Asamoah Brefo, Member of Parliament for Bibiani, Ariaso Bakwai.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Honorable Minister for Roads and Highways the step the ministry is taking to ensure timely completion of the ongoing projects in the Bibiani and Sefi Bekwai.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are about 8 different projects under this question. So I'll start with number 1. Subri Nkwanta to Chirano to Akoti Feeder Road. Mr. Speaker, currently this was awarded under a contract titled Bitumen Surfacing of Subri Nkwanta to Chirano Akoti Feeder Road, 24.3 kilometers. The contract was awarded on the 5th of April 2018 for completion on the 16th of September 2020, with a revised completion date of 16th December 2024. The progress of work is currently 100% physical completion. Number 2, the Subri Town roads, that is Bekwai to Suku, Echima, Sonkori, Brankromisa Road, and others. Mr. Speaker, this road was awarded. Mr. Speaker, this is a town road in Bekwai to Suku, Echima, Sonkori, Brankromisa, and Akasu Junction, Akasu Feeder Road, totaling 5.1 kilometers, were awarded as one package for upgrading to bituminous surface. The contract was awarded on the 31st of May 2024 for completion on the 15th of October 2025. The overall progress is currently 35%. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled due to delay in payment for works done. Efforts are being made to bring the contractor back to site to complete the work. Number 3, Asawinso Mewa and Nkrunua Feeder Road. Mr. Speaker, this road was awarded under the contract titled Upgrading of Asawinso Mrewa and Nkrunua Feeder Road, 21 kilometers. The contract was awarded on the 30th of October 2024 for completion by 10th of August 2026. The overall progress is currently 15.2%. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled due to delay in payment for works done. Mr. Speaker, Sekhi, Atronsu compound, 1.5 kilometers to Ado, Beura, number 2, Alata, and Chira Junction to Chira Feeder Road. Mr. Speaker, this was awarded under a contract titled Upgrading of Sekhi and Tronsu Compound Road and all the other names. The contract was awarded on the 4th of October 2024 for completion by 10th of February 2026. Overall progress is 10% physical completion. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled due to delay in payment for works done. Mr. Speaker, Dominibo number 2 to Abodiabo Chine Feeder Road. Mr. Speaker, this was awarded under the contract title upgrading of the said roads, 11.4 kilometers. Contract was awarded on 28th of February 2020 for completion by 9th October 2021. The overall progress is 35%, and the contractor is currently not on site. Efforts have been made to bring the contractor back to site to complete the work. Pataboase Chirano Feeder Road. Mr. Speaker, this was also awarded under contract upgrading of Pataboase Chirano Feeder Road. Contract awarded on 28th of February 2020 for completion by 9th December 2021. Overall progress is 62%. The contractor is currently not on site for works done. Because of lack of payment for works done, efforts have been made to get a contractor back to site to complete the works. Tanoso to Eduprim Road, Mr. Speaker, is also awarded on the 22nd of February 2023 for completion by 11th of April 2024. The overall progress is 78%. The contractor is currently not on site to the same reason, lack of payment for works done. Mr. Speaker, Basin Gele to Mframan Krum, awarded on 19th of August 2028 for completion by 28th of October 2021, with revised completion date 28th of August 2023. The overall progress is currently at 64.3%. Contractor is currently not on site. Department of Urban Road, that is the next one. The Department of Urban Road are 3 ongoing projects in Bibiani with a total length of 13.48 kilometers. Completion of these projects will improve the road and drainage conditions of the municipality. The projects are at various stages of completion. Mr. Speaker, current program on A, B, and C all look similar with very little work done, maximum 46.72%. The contractors are off-site. Efforts have been made to bring the contractors back to site to complete the outstanding works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. GS International, a Chinese company which was undertaking Bibiani Township Road, was suspended its work because of
Honourable Member, you are to ask supplementary question. Do you have any supplementary question?
It appears that most of the roads that the minister talked about appear to be given to one contractor, and that has the potential to delay the work.
What is your supplementary question?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm done.
Honourable members, we move to question number 597, standing in the name of Alhaji Alhassan Momoni, Member of Parliament for Salaga North. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways the steps the ministry is implementing to fix the following roads: Palbe Vani Road, Palbe Jinlo Road, Tantuani Palgone Road. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Palbe Venier Road, 12.5 kilometers, and Palbe Jinlo, 11.7 kilometers roads are in the northeast Gonja district of the Savannah region. They are access roads linking the Palbe township to the Vani and Jinlo communities, respectively. They are partially engineered roads in poor surface condition. There is no program on this road currently. Engineering design studies and cost estimates have been carried out on these roads for consideration upon availability of funds. Mr. Speaker, Tantuani Palguni Road, Mr. Speaker, there is no program on this road currently. Engineering design studies and cost estimates will be carried out on this road for consideration upon availability of funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
No supplementary question. Thank you.
Constituency specific, we move to question number 610, standing in the name of Dr. Godfred Sedu Jasao, Wa East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when rehabilitation works will commence on the following routes: Wa Bulenge Kundugu, Wa Logu Jeyiri Tuosa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Wa Bulenga to Kundugu road was awarded in 2 lots under contracts entitled Upgrading of Wa Bulenga Yala Road, 6.37 kilometers, and Upgrading of Wa Bulenga Yala Road, 37.74 kilometers. A, the first one, that's the Wa Bulenga Yala Road. Contract commenced on the 3rd of March 2020 with a revised contract completion date of 30th September 2026. The project is at 68% physical completion. Works have stalled due to delay in payment for works done. Efforts have been made to get the contractor back to site to complete outstanding works. The upgrading of Wa Bulenga Yala Road, 37.74 kilometers, awarded on 8th of January 2026 for completion by 2nd August 2028. The contractor is currently on site and work progressing. Wa Logu Jayiri Tuasa Road. Mr. Speaker, this road is been awarded under title Spot Improvement of the above road, 121.60 kilometers. The contract was awarded on 19th of September 2024 for completion by 11th of May 2026. The overall progress is just 6.2%. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled accordingly. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Member, any supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the Minister for he's done a lot of work so far on this request. And,
thank you. We move to question number 613, standing in the name of Honorable Shelley Che, Echima Mubiaja South Constituency.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your permissions to ask, and I have the authority of the member, Honorable Shelley, to ask the Minister for Roads.
Once you have authority, please ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when construction works will resume on the following roads. 1, we also Amanshia, Nkarie, Nkrafuasi, Ntawanum Junction, and Ntabamunum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Do we have?
Mr. Speaker, we also Amanchia Road was awarded under contract titled Rehabilitation of We also Masiaso, 19.5 kilometers, and Critical Access Road, 5 kilometers. The contract was awarded on 28th of June 2024 for completion by 29th of June 2026. Physical progress stands currently at 35%. Contractor is currently not on site. Efforts have been made to get the contractor back to site to complete the works. The Nkawie Nkran Fuasi Road. Mr. Speaker, this was awarded under title Upgrading of Nkawie Kuma Nkran Fuasi Feeder Road, 17 kilometers. The contract was signed on the 10th of December 2020 for completion by 5th of November 2023. Overall progress is just 10%, and the contractor is off-site. Mr. Speaker, Ntabanum
Junction to Ntabanum Road. Mr. Speaker, this was awarded under a title upgrading of Ntabanum Junction, 12 kilometers. Contract awarded on the 23rd of December 2024. Works commenced on the 10th of February 2025 for completion by 10th of August 2026. The overall progress is currently at 15%. Contractor is currently on site working. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister whether there is timelines to this process. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister, any timeline?
Mr. Speaker, the first part, which is we also to Amanche, the completion date is 29th of June 2026. Number 2, Nkawie to Nkramfoase, the completion date has passed, so the contractor is not on site. And then the Ntabanum Junction to Ntabanum Road, the completion date is August 2026. So the contractor is within the time period.
Any further supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, what are we doing to bring the contractor on site? Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, many of the contractors are off-site, as I said, even before 2024 election, because we owe them over 40 billion. Last year alone, the finance minister paid over 9.8 billion to retire a portion of the over 40 billion we owe contractors. Indeed, that means that we have a lot more to do. So as much as possible, we'll continue to work hard to find resources and pay contractors so that they can go back to site. It's indeed a very difficult situation for both residents of the public and the contractors, for the contractors off-site and not working. So we'll continue to work to make sure we get resources to pay them so they can return to site and work. But as part of our annual maintenance programs, we actually program normal maintenance works on those roads to make sure they are motorable whilst we wait for the contractor to come and complete outstanding works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That'll be all, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Opportunity.
We move to question number 619, standing in the name of Dr. Albert Tetenyakote, Member of Parliament for Yilo Provo.
Thank you, Speaker. The honorable member has authorized me to ask permission from you to ask the question on his behalf.
Please do.
Speaker, the honorable member for Yilo authorized me to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when work on the Somanya to Pong Road will resume after the contractor abandoned the project in January 2025. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, the contractor abandoned site, as I said, before 2024, but the contractor has since returned to site and works have started, and is actively working on a box culvert, retaining walls, and storm drains at kilometer 6 on the Somanya Pond Road, and drainage works at the Asite Road. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Any supplementary question?
Speaker, that will be all for now.
Thank you. Question number 640, standing in the name of Honorable Chinibu Akodia Fokuo. And so, Nkwanta.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways why the upgrading of the Pechi number 2 to Antokrom feeder roads, which is 21.3 kilometers, then Trede to Pechi number 2 link road, which is 2.4 kilometers, and critical access routes, which is 0.95 kilometers, have halted and the contractor has vacated sites. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Pechi number 2, so Antokrom feeder road, 21.3 kilometers, Trede Pechi number 2 link, 2.4 kilometers, and critical access roads, 0.95 kilometers feeder road, were awarded under a contract titled Upgrading of Pechi number 2 and Tuakrum feeder road, and all the above, Mr. Speaker. The contract commenced on the 8th of July 2024 for completion of 7th of July 2026. The overall progress is currently at 34%. The contractor is currently not on site and works have stalled due to delay in payment for works done. Efforts have been made to get the contractor back to site to complete outstanding works.
Yes, honourable member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from the Minister, when will the outstanding interim payment certificates for work already executed be paid to the contractor? Thank you.
Yes, honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, as of the time President Mahama took over, contractors were owed over 40 billion Ghana cedis for works done and not paid for. We have since retired 9.8 billion of that, which is the highest ever payment to contractors within a period of time. It's the record payment. But as I said, if you owe even 40 billion, you pay even 15 billion, it presupposes that you still owe a lot of people and you have to find the money and pay. We are working hard to continue to pay contractors so that they can return to site and complete outstanding works. And we continue to do that on a daily basis, Mr. Speaker.
Any further question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from the Minister if there are revised dates for completion of these roads. Because, I mean, from what I'm getting, it's like, yes, they are not completed, there's no money. But do we have revised dates for completion of these roads? Thank you.
Yes, honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the good news is that the contractor is still within the contractual period because this project is supposed to be completed somewhere around 7th of July 2026. So we are not yet there. We are not out of contract, so there's no need for a revision of the completion date yet.
Any other question?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This is to get a bit of information to the Minister. Minister, I would like
Honourable
to...
member, the rules allow you to ask supplementary questions, but not to give information. You may see the Minister
Thank you.
outside
Thank you, Mr.
and
Speaker.
give
Thank
information
you.
to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, are you aware there is no third road at all in the Manson Kwanta constituency?
Honourable member, file a specific question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm
You are
sure
not to
the
answer.
Minister can answer this question.
Question overruled.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided.
Thank you very much. We'll move to question number 192, standing in the name of Honourable Vicente Kwasafwa, Member of Parliament for Old Tafu. You have the floor. Very well, very well. Thank you for the guidance. Honourable Minister, thank you so much for attending upon the House to respond to all the questions scheduled for you. You are accordingly discharged. I call on the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment to take the designated seat and respond to the questions. Minister having seated, I will call on Honourable Vicente Kwasafwa to pose the question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment what specific measures the ministry has instituted to address the growing Wunim-Red trend among the youth, which many regard as a threat to discipline, morality, and responsible citizenship in Ghana. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment, in response to the increasing usage of drugs and substance abuse among young people, the Ministry, in collaboration with its agency, the National Youth Authority, launched the Red Means Stop campaign, also known as UNIM Red, as an initiative aimed at creating awareness on the negative effects of substance abuse on March 26, 2025. Mr. Speaker, the Red Means Stop campaign aims to create a powerful youth-led advocacy movement through direct engagement, peer-to-peer outreach, and community mobilization. Key objectives include recruiting and training youth advocates, organizing high-impact events, deploying multi-channel campaigns, building a visible youth-driven movement, and fostering community partnership. The campaign has been successfully rolled out across all 16 regions of Ghana, reaching every district in the country. This comprehensive coverage ensures that youth in urban and rural areas, as well as students in various educational institutions, are exposed to consistent anti-drugging messaging and support services. Mr. Speaker, recognizing that meaningful behavioral change requires multi-stakeholder engagement, the National Youth Authority has established strategic partnership with key institutions and organizations to amplify the reach and impact of the Red Means Stop campaign. The authority partnered with two traditional leaders, namely Kintaki Teku Shrew II, Garmanch of the Gan traditional area, and Yana Abubakar Muhammad II, the overlord of Dagbo, who were engaged to lend their support to the campaign, as some communities in these regions were identified as hotspots areas on Red. The authority also partnered with Bike Live Ghana, a prominent youth movement with motorcycle enthusiastic community to engage urban youth demographics through creative and cultural relevant platforms. This partnership has facilitated the integration of anti-drugging messaging into youth culture, lifestyle events, making substance-free living aspirational among peer groups. The authority again collaborated with YFM, one of Ghana's leading youth-focused radio stations, which has been instrumental in amplifying Red Means Stop messages through regular programming interviews, call-in shows, and public service announcements. This media partnership has significantly expanded our reach among young audience who actively consume youth-oriented content. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry, together with the National Youth Authority, actively participated in the High School Party in the Park event, a major gathering of second cycle institutions. This platform provided direct access to thousands of young people, enabling peer-to-peer conversations, distribution of educational materials, Red Ambassador recruitments, and real-time engagement on substance abuse prevention. The event demonstrated the effectiveness of meeting youth in their social space with relevant, non-preachy advocacy messaging. In a strategic move to enhance the campaign's appeal and credibility among the youth, the National Youth Authority has appointed renowned Ghanaian musician Medical as an official Red Means Stop ambassador. Medical's significant influence among young Ghanaians, particularly those his music and social media, through his music and social media presence, makes him an ideal advocate for substance-free living. As Red Means Stop ambassador, Medical serves as a visible role model, championing anti-drug messaging through his artistic work, public appearance, and social media platforms. His involvement includes participating in schools outreach, featuring Red Means Stop themes in music videos and performances among young people, and engaging with young fans on substance abuse and dangers, and supporting peer advocate training and mobilization initiatives. Mr. Speaker, building on the momentum generated by the research that the ministry conducted, the campaign launch, strategic partnership, and celebrity ambassadorship, the National Youth Authority has developed a comprehensive roadmap for intensifying interventions against the UNIM Red trend and broader substance abuse challenges. 1. Nationwide billboard campaigns. The objective is to create high visibility public awareness across all 60 regions through strategic billboard placements that reinforces the Red Means Stop message in high traffic areas. The billboard will strategically will be strategically positioned in the following high visibility locations: major highways and transport corridors, city centers and market areas, school zones and youth gathering points, bus and taxi terminals, sports stadiums and entertainment venues. The billboards will provide constant visual reinforcement of the Red Means Stop message, reaching millions of Ghanaians daily. This sustained public awareness will normalize conversations about substance abuse, reinforce peer norms against drug use, and remind youth and communities of the dangers associated with opioid and substance abuse. 2, expanded youth advocate mobilization. The authority plans to recruit 2,000 plus Red ambassadors across all regions. These youth advocates will serve as peer counselors, event organizers, and grassroots mobilizers in their respective schools and communities. Training programs will equip ambassadors with skills in peer-to-peer communication, event planning, digital advocacy, public speaking, and community mobilization. 3, event-based outreach activities. The next phase includes conducting 500 plus school outreach events annually, organizing Red Means Stop rallies and youth festivals in communities, executing concert tours featuring popular youth artists, hosting inter-school sports tournaments, promoting substance-free athleticism, and conducting talent showcasing in drama, poetry, dance, and arts with substance abuse prevention themes and messaging. 4, multi-channel campaign amplification. Plans include intensifying social media campaigns on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and WhatsApp, producing and distributing television spots and documentary contents, implementing weekly youth-focused radio programs on multiple stations, engaging additional influencers and celebrities as campaign ambassadors, and producing creative arts contents, including music, drama, visual arts, and poetry competitions. 5, institutional partnership and policy development. Future initiatives include strengthening collaborations with the Ghana Education Service, the Ministry of Health, and the Narcotics Control Commission, establishing Red advocacy clubs as permanent features in second cycle institutions, developing comprehensive substance abuse prevention policies for schools, creating referral systems, connecting students to treatment and rehabilitation services, and engaging religious institutions, traditional authorities, and community leaders as anti-drug advocates. And then 6, the authority will conduct periodic surveys to assess changes in youth attitudes and behaviors, track Red ambassadors' recruitment and engagement levels, monitor social media reach and engagement metrics, collect testimonials and feedbacks from participants, document best practices, lessons learned, and generate regular reports on program activities and impact for continuous improvement. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the Ministry and the National Health Authority's comprehensive response to the ongoing Red trend and substance abuse crisis demonstrate a serious commitment to protecting the Ghanaian youth. Through rigorous research, nationwide advocacy campaigns, strategic partnership, celebrity ambassadorship, and planned intense interventions, we are building a powerful movement against substance abuse. The upcoming billboard campaigns represent a critical next step in creating sustained public awareness and reinforcing anti-drug norms across all communities, combined with expanded youth mobilization, event-based outreach, multi-channel campaigns, and institutional partnership. These interventions position Ghana to make significant progress in curbing substance abuse among young people. Success will require continued political will, adequate resource allocation, sustained stakeholder collaboration, and most importantly, the passionate engagement of young people themselves. The Red Means Stop movement is their movement, and they are leading the way to a drug-free Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry will continue to monitor and assess the impact of these interventions, review them when necessary, and explore other means to ensure that youth engaged in drug use are sent to the country's rehabilitation centers for proper care. Thank you.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you very much. Right Honourable Speaker, to be fair with the Minister for Youth and Empowerment, I know this question was actually filed about 6 months ago. And with his answer with respect to
Your supplementary
created-
question is about
yes, that's what I'm doing. I'm just laying a basis.
the amend.
I'm
Show me
laying
by
a
the rule where you have to lay a basis for supplementary question. Please ask a supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Youth if he is having resources to be able to embark on the billboard campaign that he is telling us about.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I didn't hear you. If you could repeat your question.
Yeah, you can repeat your question.
I am asking if your ministry has the resources to be able to embark on the billboard campaign.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't believe any ministry has enough resources to undertake all the projects that they want to do. But what we've been able to do is we have been able to engage some private sector players to support us in that campaign. For instance, when we were doing the research, we got a private sector person to fund it. Government has made some allocations, but we believe that we will need more. And so we'll mobilize the needed resources to embark on that campaign. Thank you.
Any further supplementary question?
So in short, the ministry doesn't have the resources to do that. My second question to you is that you seem to have relied heavily on a media campaign. Have you decided or have you actually done physical engagement in all the 261 districts across the country? Because media campaign may not be enough.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Within the last 1 year, the ministry has conducted some research work in our major tertiary institutions across the country and all our second cycle schools across the country. And it is based on that data that has informed the strategy that we are deploying. Thank you.
Yes, your last supplementary question, if any.
Minister, my last question to you is that have you identified specific hotspot areas or high-risk areas where you think that this issue is very prevalent? And for that matter, you have specific intervention to deal with those areas, especially in our communities and our schools. Communities and our schools. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the answer is yes. That is why, for instance, in the northern region, we are working with the Yana because Tamale is one of the hotspots that we've identified. The Greater Accra region is also one of the hotspots we've identified. That is why we are working with the Gamanche on this initiatives. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from the minister that since he has done enough engagement, I would like to know his target. What is the numbers he's looking at now, and what numbers should we expect that after the campaign it will reduce to? Because he said he's been able to do that.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It will be difficult to state what the numbers are. The problem we have with the drug menace is that people don't volunteer information easily. But from the data we have, from the research we conducted, especially within our tertiary institutions, we know what the numbers look like in terms of percentages. Our dream or our plan or our vision is that we want to reduce those numbers drastically. With the interventions we are doing, we intend to do another survey at the end of the year. And based on that, we'll be able to measure. Now we have a baseline. And so when we finish the survey this year, based on interventions we've done, we'll be able to tell. And then that will give us a sense of direction as to what we'll do next when we have that information. Thank you.
Yes, no.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Please, I want to ask the minister if there are any counseling services or rehabilitation programs rolled out by the ministry as part of this initiative.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Almost all our tertiary institutions have some counseling services in place. We've also engaged the Mental Health Authority to work with them in that respect. We've also engaged the private sector. What we realized that most of the referral facilities are owned by the private sector. And so we've engaged them. The only problem is the cost for treatment. And so we are still in talks with them through the Mental Health Authority to see whether that cost can be reduced. But almost all our tertiary institutions have places for referral where they have some counseling services that are rendered to students who undergo such challenges. Thank you.
Yes, honorable members, we'll move to question numbered. Honorable members, we have a third day. Yes, leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I heard and read from the minister. I heard from the minister and read from the answers he provided that he is collaborating with two major stakeholders, that's the Gamanche and the Yana. I want the minister to tell us the kind of collaboration, how, when, what is happening with this collaboration so far.
Yes, honorable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We identified that the Greater Accra region is one of the hotspots where there is a lot of substance abuse. And we also identified that the northern region, Tamale to be specific, was another hotspot for substance abuse. We know the role traditional authorities play in our cultural settings. And so as a ministry, together with the National Youth Authority, we formally paid courtesy calls on these traditional authorities, shared with them what our findings are, and I've asked them to be at the forefront of the campaigns for us. We've actually done engagements in Gamashi proper, where the ministry, the National Youth Authority have gone in to engage under the auspices of the traditional authorities. And then, so that is the kind of collaboration we're having with them. We've gone to them, we've briefed them, and then they are supporting our fight against the drug menace. Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, thank you very much again. Speaker, I also captured a very comprehensive response to how they intend to provide visibility and also to ensure that they recruit and conduct 500 plus school outreach events. Is the minister able to tell us the budget for this? Do we know what we have budgeted for this and where is the budget coming from?
Please ask specific questions.
Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the minister to answer. With the nationwide billboard campaign, expanded youth advocate mobilization, event-based outreach activities, multi-channel campaign amplification, institutional partnership and policy development, monitoring and evaluation, how much are we spending on all of this?
Please ask specific questions so that the minister can pick the answer and come and tell you. We are dealing with figures.
Mr. Speaker,
you are talking about figures.
Yes.
Please kindly ask specific question and the minister will come here and provide the answer.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, this question is specific, unless you otherwise...
Question overruled.
Very well,
ask
Mr.
another
Speaker.
Question if you
Mr.
have.
Speaker, that's okay. Mr. Speaker, I have another question. If this is overruled, that is fine. I have another. You also intend to engage medical. You have engaged medical. How did you engage medical? Are you paying him or is doing it on pro bono basis?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you. We've not paid any monies to medical. We've engaged him, we are in conversations with him. We've asked him to be the lead and then be a front for us in this respect. But what we are working on currently is to get some other artists to come on board, compose some music, and then put it out. So when that is done, when there are any costs associated with it, we will inform the House appropriately. Thank you.
Yes.
Are you saying that he will do the job before you come and seek clearance as to how much you are paying him?
Question overruled. The answer is very clear. Honorable Minister, you may get seated. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister, yes, I would want to ask, as the Minister for Youth, which makes you the commander of the Ghana Youth.
Please ask supplementary question.
Yes. Have you considered steps of prevention rather than solving this challenge with this recruitment, etc., have you considered ways of collaborating with other institutions in preventing this red coming into our country?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we've always advocated for prevention, and so a lot of the campaign we are running is targeted towards prevention. We've also engaged the various stakeholders like the Narcotics Controls Commission, the Mental Health Authority, and then the Ministry of Health on the way as to how best we can address this. We are also in talks with the Ministry of Education to see how best we can do a lot of advocacy in our schools to be able to prevent this menace. Thank you.
Honourable members, let's move to question number 352. Standing in the name of Abdul Fattah Al-Hassan, Member of Parliament for Yendi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment the plans of the government to complete the Yendi Youth Resource Center, which is also known as the Yendi Stadium. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ministry inherited 8 uncompleted multi-purpose youth resource centers in 8 regions across the country. These projects were initiated by the National Youth Authority and commenced in 2018. They were designed to combine recreational facilities, attracting youth as a one-stop center for youth congregation and development. The primary objective of the projects were to enhance youth development by developing and sharpening their talents, providing entrepreneurship training, and encouraging the youth to acquire life skills to make valuable contributions to national development. The projects were undertaken in 2 phases, Phase 1 and Phase 2, with Phase 1 made up of spectator stands, football pitches, running tracks, tennis courts, handball and volleyball courts. The design also provided spaces under the stands for offices for youth development training, a counseling center, an ICT center, a restaurant, and a youth-friendly health center. Phase 2 of the project included external fencing, inner perimeter fencing, security gates, ticketing booth, flood lighting, provision of electricity, transformer, and a generator, external works, pavement and lawns, and storm drains. Mr. Speaker, the following works were completed under Phase 1 of the contract. Construction of a VIP stand and 3 spectator stands is completed. Construction of a FIFA standard football pitch is also completed. Construction of running track sub-bays is completed. Plumbing works have been completed. Electrical wiring and fittings are completed. Construction of tennis and handball courts are also completed. Regrettably, work on phase 2 of the project has experienced significant delays due to financial challenges, which have greatly impacted the projects. Releases from the District Assembly's Common Fund, the main source of funding of the National Youth Authority, have stalled. The 5% of the DACF, as instructed by the NYA Act 939, has varied with the NYA receiving less than 1% of the DACF since the quarter of 2023. This has greatly impacted the NYA's ability to proceed with the completion of the youth resource centers simultaneously across the country. The NYA is indebted to its contractors, forcing them to abandon the various sites. Mr. Speaker, the ministry wishes to assure the House that Phase 1 of the project, which has been fully completed, will be put to use immediately. Discussions are currently ongoing between the Yendi Municipal Assembly and the National Youth Authority District Secretariat to begin allowing the youth in Yendi to start using the facility. Again, efforts are being made to impress upon the District Assembly's Common Fund to release funds to the authority to commence on Phase 2. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Phase 2 of the project is expected to be completed by the end of the 2026 to make it fully functional. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has intensified efforts to secure releases from the District Assembly's Common Fund to the NYA to enable the commencement and completion of Phase 2 of the project by the authority. The ministry expects the Yendi Youth Resource Center to be completed by the end of 2026 to make it fully functional for the benefit of the youth of Yendi and its environs. Thank you.
Yes, any supplementary question?
No supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable member, this conference is specific. Let's move to question numbered 648, standing in the name of Isaac Boama Nyako, Member of Parliament for Efia.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment, when the 300 staff recruited under the Youth Empowerment Agency in December 2024 will begin receiving their salaries. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Youth Employment Agency in 2024 recruited 300 staffs and duly issued them with appointed letters. Mr. Speaker, upon assumption of office in January 2025, the new management conducted an internal audit as part of finalizing the payment processes of the 300 new appointees. However, the audit revealed some anomalies in the recruitment processes, leading to the suspension of the process of payment of salaries. Mr. Speaker, the audit revealed the following. 1. Inconsistent documentation. The audit revealed that 50 appointees did not meet the one-year criteria for regularization in line with the management directive. 30 of the appointees were unable to provide relevant certificates. 13 of the appointees did not meet the minimum qualifications in the YEA scheme of service. It was further observed that the dates of appointment letters preceded the official report from the Public Services Commission, invalidating all the appointment letters to be used to process payment of salaries. The audit also identified that the selection criteria for successful candidates is not available for review. Another finding was missing interview documentation. Interview score sheets and the attendance register for candidates were not available for review, making it impossible to verify whether the affected persons participated in the interview process or not. The audit therefore recommended to management: 1. Annulment of the entire recruitment process. 2. A new recruitment exercise should be initiated to enable management to subject applicants to the prescribed processes and procedures for recruitment and appointments into the public service. Mr. Speaker, following the recommendations of the audit report, management decided to suspend the approved recruitment and salaries therefore as a result of the irregularities. Thank you.
Yes, any supplementary question?
Rightly so, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the Minister's response, he indicated that 50 appointees did not meet one-year criteria, 30 unable to provide relevant certificates, and 13 did not meet minimum qualification. If you put them together, it comes to about 93 people or persons that had issues. Can the Honourable Minister tell us why the rest of 207 were not given their appointment letters, since they didn't find any anomaly with their documentation? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did not say that the remainings did not have issues. I also said that the audit also identified that the selection criteria for successful candidates were not available for review. Also, another finding was missing interview documentations. So for all of them, we couldn't find any documentations for their interviews, and even their attendance sheets were not there, attendance register was not there. And when we assumed office, they had not been even put on the payroll in the first place. So they were not there in the first place for us to suspend them or not. They were not there. We realized that there were no documentations. Appointment letters were hurriedly given to them, but there was no documentations to substantiate that employment that was given to them. Thank you.
Yes, any further supplementary question?
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, government is a continuum, and so I believe the minister and the agency could have continued with those processes and given the appointment. But anyway, according to the Honorable Minister. He said that despite the audit recommendations, management decided to suspend the approved recruitment and salaries thereof. My question to the Honorable Minister is that did they communicate officially to the staff who were affected, since even post the December, some have worked for, and he knows that some have continuously worked for closely a year without salary payment. Did they officially communicate to those affected persons? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll have to check with the CEO and get back to this House in that respect. Thank you.
Yes.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, as a friend and my boss, to ask my third and final question. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the response given by the Honorable Minister, on the basis of this growing youth unemployment and the fact that these youth are your people.
Honorable Member, I'm beginning to have a problem with you. What is your
So
final
my question is that
supplementary
for the worked period, that they have not received salary, would the Honorable Minister look at it and make sure that at least the arrears of their salaries are paid?
From what I've
Thank
gathered, there is no record. That's what the minister is saying. What record are they going to use to effect the payment? You've listened to the answer.
No, he said...
Please ask another question.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out from the Honorable Minister, based on the annulment, whether he has plans, because they said that the audit recommendation recommended that they go through prescribed...
Honorable Member, are you asking question or you are talking to yourself?
Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the Minister a question.
What is your question?
My question is that when is the Minister going to provide another opportunity for these affected persons to get employed under the YE program? I thank you.
Yes, Minister.
We will be undertaking another recruitment exercise. When that time comes, we will duly inform the 300 to reapply, and then we will subject them to the same interview processes. If they pass, we will employ them. Thank you.
Yes, Kobe. Very well. Yes, Honorable Jerry Ahmed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister that in his response, he said it was an audit, he based the annulment on an audit report. The same audit report is asking him to recruit, the recruitment should be initiated to enable management to subject applicants to the prescribed processes and procedures and appointment given. Has he done so?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are yet to undertake that process, but we will definitely undertake it this year, and when that time comes, we will inform them. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the same audit report that the minister quoted from also indicated that those who have been suspended or the suspension of this approved recruitment, their salaries thereof should also not be paid. Do we know the numbers that we are talking about and how much we're supposed to be paid?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have that information readily available. I will provide it if the House duly requests for it. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, that will be all.
Yes. Honorable members, let's move to question number 535, standing in the name of Honorable. Well, that brings the end of questions scheduled for the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. On your behalf, I thank the Minister for attending upon the House to respond to the said questions. We will then proceed to have the questions for the Minister for Government Communications. May I ask the Minister to take the designated seat? Honorable Minister, thank you for coming. I call on Honorable Frank Anodompreh to pose the first question.
Right, Honorable Speaker, with deference to you, I have the permission, and with your permission, and I have the authority of Honorable Frank Anodompreh to ask the Minister of Government Communications this question.
Yes. Yes, do.
Very well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Government Communications the full details of Government Advisory Council, which was set up upon the invitation of the President to representatives of civil society organizations, CSOs, in Ghana, and what this auxiliary body is costing the taxpayer.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me clarify from the very outset that the Governance Advisory Council has not yet been set up. As we all know, a bill to establish the council is currently before this House for consideration and passage. And I believe that the consideration and passage of the bill by this House will offer scope for deliberations which will adequately address any inquiries and questions that may arise regarding the details, objectives, purpose, and function of the council. Mr. Speaker, having regard to the fact that the council has not been set up, the issue of costs does not arise at this stage. Thank you very much.
Yes. Any supplementary, please do.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I want to find out from the Honorable Minister if he has an idea when the council will be set up.
Well, Honorable Minister, resume your seat. He said a bill is brought to Parliament to establish the council. So it is now in the domain of Parliament, not in the hands of the Minister.
Speaker,
that's what the Minister said in his
Speaker,
answer.
I heard that, but I also have a certain view that all those bills come to Parliament.
So in the event Parliament did not pass the law, what happened?
Very well. I take a cue.
That's the impulse of your question.
That's okay, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. In the absence of any further supplementary question, let's move to question number 96, standing in the name of Honorable Vicente Koasafua, Member of Parliament for Old Tafo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister of State in charge of government communication the total cost of all committees formed by the President and his ministers and the sources of funding since the expenditure was not included in the first quarter budget approved by Parliament. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the sponsor of the question seeks information on the committees formed by the President and ministers and the cost to the states thereof and how they were funded. Let me say that I speak for the President and his office, and as such, I am only able to speak to what the President has done in relation to this question. Though I'm also Minister responsible for government communications, which means that I coordinate government information dissemination. Questions on committees formed by ministers are best answered by the relevant sector ministers themselves, as my office has no hand in the formation of the committees spoken about. However, on the specific issue of the committees formed by the President, I am able to report that the following committees have been formed by His Excellency the President. 1, Preparatory Committee on Operation Recover All Routes, popularly called ORAL. 2, Planning Committee for the National Economic Dialogue. 3, Planning Committee for the National Forum on Education. 4, Planning Committee for the Independence Day celebration. And finally, 5, the Constitution Review Committee. Mr. Speaker, in respect of the Preparatory Committee for Operation Recover All Loot, and the Planning Committee for the Independence Day celebration, I can report that no money was spent on their work as members of the two committees did not take any per diems or allowances or any form of payments. Despite being appointed by the President, the planning committees for the National Economic Dialogue and National Education Forum worked under the auspices and in collaboration with the Ministries of Finance and Education, respectively. Regarding the costs of the two fora, those were borne by the two ministries. And as I indicated earlier on, the Ministers for Finance and Education will be best placed to disclose the costs that they incurred in the process. The Constitution Review Committee was financed through the Office of the Chief of Staff. However, I must indicate that even though the committee has presented their reports, the process is not complete. There is a pending committee on implementation, which will be formed shortly. And once they are formed, they will carry on the processes to their logical conclusion, which includes bringing recommendations to this House for approval. It is when that has been done and everything has been concluded that we'll be in a position to compute the cost and make same known to the Ghanaian public. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Any supplementary question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On page 62 of the order paper, the advertised answer is here in paragraph 2. I read, when I received a question from the Honorable Vincent Asafo, I wrote back to Parliament through the clerk to seek clarity and specificity, as I was being asked to answer questions for government organizations I do not speak for or do not work in. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hand a Facebook post of the Honorable Felix Ofosu-Kwakye, which declares that today I appear for the Government Accountability Series to answer all questions related to the work of the President, the Presidency, and the government in general. Is it the case that the Minister speaks for some selected ministries at his own convenience, or he speaks for all the ministries? Thank you.
Question overruled. Ask another question. The import of your question is the committees formed by His Excellency the President, the cost and the source of funding. These are the three things in your question. Read Standing Order 89.
Right Honorable Speaker, respectfully I disagree with you. With the greatest of respect.
Let's read Standing Order 89 together.
Here,
you are a lawyer, so I'll be happy engaging you.
When I stand here on behalf of the people of Otafo.
Yes,
and
but you are a lawyer. I will be engaging you.
Okay, but I'm just saying that
this is what Standing Order 89 says. As soon as a question is answered, any member, beginning with the member who asks the question, may, without notice, ask a supplementary question for further clarification of any matter of fact on the answer, but a supplementary question, listen to this carefully, a supplementary question shall not introduce a matter not included in the original question. In the original question, is there any issue of Facebook posts included?
Right Honorable Speaker, I so much agree with the standing orders, and the basis or the fulcrum of my question is paragraph 2 of his answer.
Yes.
Paragraph 2 of his answer
but look at the order as a whole.
Honorable Speaker, you are not even allowing me to speak.
A supplementary question shall not introduce a matter not included in the original question. That is the guideline. You may ask a question from the answer, but it must flow from the original question. And your original question, you are asking of three things, which is clear from your question. The committee's form, the cost incurred, and the source of funding. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, sometimes you respectfully have to also consider some of these conversations. My colleague is a legal practitioner. Whatever the answers are, his question was also based on some evidence that the minister once upon a time made this statement.
Yes,
And he
Honorable
referred
Jerry.
to that
Yes.
by showing to this house
Yes.
that this was what the minister said in his Facebook post.
Yes.
And Mr.
So
Speaker.
let me ask you,
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
because I'll be comfortable engaging you as a lawyer. A question is on committees formed, costs incurred on those committees, and the source of funding. This is what the question is saying. Tell me whether this question has anything to do with Facebook.
Mr. Speaker, the minister responds to every matter that has to do with government. Every matter. He is the minister in charge of government
Honorable members, I
communications.
intend not to argue with you. The question is
Mr.
overruled.
Speaker, you asked me a question and I'm answering.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, so to be fair,
yes.
If the minister
So,
wants
what
to
has it got to
answer
do with
this
the
question
Facebook
and he
post?
doesn't even have it, and he doesn't even have the information on the said question, he could have said to my colleague that let me come back and furnish you with the rest. He's the minister for government communications.
Honorable member, in asking question, the rules are not framed because the minister has a capacity to answer the question or not. Supplementary question must not introduce any matter. Now, if you ask a question on three things, give me the committees formed by the president, give me the costs incurred by the president, and then the source of funding. Then in asking a supplementary question, you are referring to a Facebook post. Are we being fair to ourselves? That's the basis of me overruling the question. And I
Mr.
think
Speaker,
I'm justified.
Mr. Speaker, we are not saying that you do not have the powers to overrule. All we are saying is that the minister, these questions are within his remit. And besides that, the question that my colleague followed up with, which was a supplementary, he only showed the Facebook post as evidence to say that you cannot approbate and reprobate. That is all.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
And Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful, then we will not have, we will start having issues with credibility as to when there are questions you cannot. Because the same minister is also noted to have said something on Chief's compound. When he was confronted with same question, he came back to say that...
Member, you are getting completely out of order. Honourable member, if you have another question, please ask.
Right, Honorable Speaker. This is a house that you yourself...
Please, do you have any further question?
Mr. Speaker, no, I have
If you don't have a further question,
Mr. Speaker,
Honourable Minister...
I have three supplementary questions. No,
yes.
hold on.
Please,
no,
ask.
Hold on.
If you have a further question.
My question to the minister stems from his own answer. Page 62 of the answer that has been advertised in the order paper, which answer is to the effect that when I received the question from the Honorable Vincent Assefuah, I wrote back to Parliament through the clerk to seek clarity and specificity as I was being asked to answer questions for government organizations I do not speak or do not work in. My question to him is that, Mr. Speaker, and you need to protect me. The minister cannot be evasive. I am saying that this is a Facebook post.
What is your supplementary question?
That the minister...
So you can ask the minister whether he said that to Parliament or not. But so long as you are referring to issues of Facebook, probably you can ask a specific question based on the Facebook post by the minister, and then the minister will come and answer. But this cannot be by way of a supplementary question. And honourable member, I think we don't have a further supplementary question.
I have 3 questions.
If any other member has a supplementary question, the honourable member may do so.
With this question, then I mean Ghanaians are watching. This is not fair. My second question to him is that.
Honourable member, can you resume your seat?
My second question.
Please resume your seat. Honourable member, can you resume your seat?
I have 3 questions.
I take offence from the word I'm not being fair. Resume your seat. Yes,
Speaker,
Honorable John
I retract that
Nyako,
word.
if you have a supplementary question, you can
It's
ask.
okay, I retract that. It's okay, I retract that.
Honorable John Dako, if you have a supplementary question, please
No, I have
ask.
questions. I'm saying that I retract that.
Honorable Minister, in the
second
absence of
question
any
to him-
supplementary
Mr.
question,
Speaker, you can't be this
you
unfair.
are accordingly
Mr. Speaker,
discharged.
You can't be this unfair.
We thank you
How?
for attending upon the House
Everybody is watching.
and
Ghanaians are
responding
watching.
to questions.
They are seeing how unfair you are. You are
Honourable
seeing
members,
how unfair
question
you
time
are. And if you disrespect
is
this
ended.
side, we are likely to
Yes,
disrespect you as
available
well.
leader, any
we are likely
indication?
to disrespect you as well. We are members of parliament. As you are a member of parliament, you have every responsibility to speak. Why can't you speak? Why can't you speak? Can't you speak? We have got questions here. Can't you answer? We will disrespect you if you disrespect us. We will disrespect you if you disrespect us. You cannot disrespect this side of the house. You cannot disrespect this side of the house.
Honorable member, your conduct is becoming disorderly. I can ask the marshals to walk you out if you repeat. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we want to take item 19 at page 20 of today's order paper, Security and Intelligence Agencies Bill 2025. If it pleases you, we'll take cross 1 up to cross 4 and we'll pause and then go back to legal education reforms.
Honourable members, the application is to take item number 19. Yes, minority, available minority leader. The application is to take the item number 19.
Mr. Speaker, that's okay. We are okay to go.
Very well. Honourable members, Security and Intelligence Agencies Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Honourable members, the maze has been tilted. We therefore proceed to take clause 1 of Security and Intelligence Agencies Bill 2025. Chairperson of the committee.
Speaker, respectfully, we don't have copies. I mean, my colleagues want to contribute, but there are no copies. They give you.
Well, is this bill not distributed long ago?
Huh? They just brought them, so stop acting like somebody is stabbing.
Yes, clerk at table, do you have enough copies? Yes, clause 1.
Composition of National Security Council.
Chairperson of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have an amendment on subclause 2, and it's to have the deletion of subclause 2. The reason being that in the Article 83, The establishment of the National Security Council gives a bit of leverage in terms of 3 options of persons for the president to add to the sitting of National Security Council meetings. And in this bill, what happens is it ties the hands of the president to 3 specific persons. And the committee was of the view that this would limit the leeway around the invitation of members to be part of the National Security Council. And given that we cannot fully anticipate future threats or perceived national security risks, the committee was of the view that we needed to delete this specific clause to retain the original rendition. Where
Members, the proposal is to delete clause 1, 2. Any further? Members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 1, 2 being deleted, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Clause 1, 2 is accordingly deleted. Yes, I'll put a question on the entire clause 1. As many as are in favor of clause 1 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Secretary to the Council.
Mr. Speaker, there are no amendments proposed for the second clause.
Honourable members, clause 2 has no advertised amendment. It is, however, for the consideration of the House. In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 2 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Procedure at meetings of the Council.
Chairperson of the committee.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The proposal is to have the deletion of Procedure at as part of the title.
Honourable members, the proposal is to delete Procedure at so that the head note will remain meetings of the Council. I'll put a question on the proposed amendment to the head note. All those in favor of the proposed amendment to the head note say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to the head note of clause 3 is carried. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on 3, I propose that a person invited to participate in the deliberation of the Council under subsection 2 shall not vote on a matter for decision before the Council and shall take the oath of secrecy. Since this is a security matter, if the President invites somebody who is not a member of the Council to come and sit in the deliberation, I propose that before the person is admitted, the person takes the oath of secrecy.
Which clause are you talking about?
So I'm talking about 3.3. Or because it starts with 3.2 actually, that the President may, acting in constitution, invite such other persons as the President may consider necessary for the deliberations of the Council. So my proposal is that those people who will be invited by the President will be required to take the oath of secrecy.
So what is your proposed amendment?
So, Mr. Speaker, my proposed amendment is to add that and the, okay, so if you take 3.2, the President may act in consultation with the Council, invite such other persons as the President considers necessary for any deliberation of the Council, and the such persons shall take the oath of secrecy before the deliberation. and such persons shall take the oath of secrecy before deliberation.
Is there a provision in the law for members to take oath of secrecy?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that this is National Security Council, and the members, yes, I'm sure when they are being constituted, they will be asked to take the oath of secrecy. Or looking at the caliber of people, they probably would have taken the oath of secrecy anyways. But the law is asking the president to bring in people who are not members of the council. And I'm saying that for the purpose of protecting our national security, those people who will be invited should be asked to take the oath of secrecy.
You see, honourable members, we should be very careful asking a constitutional provision to be amended when it is repeated in a law. If you look at Article 83(3), it reads, the President may, acting in consultation with the National Security Council, invite such person as he considers necessary for any deliberations of the Council. We are here making an act of Parliament which seeks to repeat a constitutional provision. So if you are calling for amendment of that provision, then you are in effect amending the Constitution through the back door. Because this is just a repetition of a constitutional provision.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I beg to differ on this, because if the framers wanted us to know that this is a constitutional provision, they would have stated so like they did for Section 1. Section 1, they state the constitutional provision. In Section 3, they don't state the constitutional provision. So you are only, in my view, you because you're a lawyer, you are just importing it in, that this is lifted from the Constitution. If it was supposed to be lifted from the Constitution, the drafter would have stated so. And so on this, I don't see as something that comes from the
do you
Constitution.
agree with me that this provision is same as what I have read in the Constitution?
Of course, Mr. Speaker, you have read the constitutional provision, and so
constitutional provision, you can take your Constitution and look at Article 83(3).
Yes, Mr.
And then you look at the provision.
Yes.
In clause 3, (2), you realize that it is verbatim. Being verbatim, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, above and beyond which no further law exists. So when the head note of this particular constitutional provision is National Security Council, and now this particular provision is dealing with national security.
No, Mr. Speaker, if that's the argument, then you see that the head note of this one is not National Security Council. The head note of this one, now we've deleted the procedure. The head note of this one is meeting of the council.
Yes.
And unless you are telling me that the whole of Section 3, the whole of Section 3 is lifted from the Constitution, then I can concede. But I don't think that the whole of Section 3 is lifted from the Constitution.
No, I'm not talking about the whole of the Section 3. What I want you to understand is that the Constitution being the supreme law of the land, if it states that the President may, acting in consultation with the National Security Council, invite such person as he considers necessary for the deliberations of the Council. But the Constitution doesn't tie it to those being invited to take oath, and then we are making law by an act of Parliament. We are saying that the President may, acting in consultation with the Council, invite such other person as the President considers necessary for any deliberations of the Council. Won't you agree with me that by adding to this constitutional provision, we are amending? In other words, when this law is in conflict with the Constitution, which one prevails?
Okay.
So that's why in drafting, we believe that you cannot be wrong using a constitutional language.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, let me just make my last point. You see, your point would be, in my view, valid if the provision had made reference to the Constitution. You understand? If the provision had made reference to the Constitution, then you'll be 100% right. But as it stands now, you are the only one saying that you are lifting this from the Constitution. Here is just an act of parliament, and we are definitely not seeking to amend any part of the constitution. All right? So, Mr. Speaker, let's be careful. This is not the constitutional provision we are lifting. If you had made reference to the constitutional provision here, I wouldn't have even made any case. But as it stands now, I believe that by adding the suggested addition, we are not definitely amending the constitutional provision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll come to you. Let me hear them, then I can come to you. Yes, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that for sensitive meetings in this country, especially cabinet, for instance, if new persons come in, they are asked to swear an oath of secrecy. I don't think there will be anything wrong if we can add such a clause in addition to the constitutional provision you are talking about.
No,
so that we can protect the sanctity of the national security.
My problem is that when a provision is lifted from the Constitution, you do the lifting as a whole. You know, the process of amending the Constitution is spelled out in Article 289 and 290. That's a different process altogether. And two, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. And any other law which is inconsistent to the Constitution is null and void. Now, the Constitution has a whole chapter or a whole provision in the Constitution dealing with National Security Council. Now, this particular law, the provision, is also dealing with National Security Council. Now, the Constitution gives power to the President to invite any member that he deems fit to attend the meeting. Now, because this provision in the law is also dealing with the National Security Council meeting, the provision in the Constitution, particularly in Article 83(3), is being lifted and placed in this particular law for me for ease of reference. Because if this is not in this law, the President has the constitutional power to do it anyway. Now, by the introduction of the amendment, what we'll be having in this law will have a tie different from what is stated in the Constitution. So clearly, I'm seeing it as an amendment, because if it is not seen as an amendment, when you put this law together, it is the Constitution that prevails.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that since you are concerned with the amendment, maybe you can add an additional amendment to this one so that what you are saying stands, and then the additional provision will be that the person who has been nominated by the President
do you have the Constitution with you? Maybe we are not reading the... If you put the provision in the Constitution, 83(3), and then clause 3(2) together, you realize that it is verbatim. It's just copied and pasted there. That's why I'm saying that any attempt to add, and in drafting, if you use a constitutional language, you don't add. Yes, let me hear you, Honorable James Agalga.
Mr. Speaker, this matter does not even admit of any form of debate, because the clause is so clear. It reads, with your kind permission, composition of National Security Council. That is clause 1. And it says, the National Security Council established by Article 83 of the Constitution consists of. So this is a direct lift from Article 83. And it goes on and on and on. In fact, the wording is verbatim. The lifting is verbatim. It goes on and on and on. And now it talks about meetings. We've amended the procedure at meetings, deleted procedure at and the head notice meetings of the council. It's lifting verbatim. And so, Mr. Speaker, you are right in stating that any attempt to introduce the amendment he's proposing would amount to an amendment of Article 83, which is entrenched. So let's allow this to pass. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me hear from the chairperson of the committee.
Yes, thank you. Just to add that if you look at the interpretation section of the bill, it defines what council is, and council is National Security Council. So please make reference, and you'll find that council, for brevity's sake, used in the bill. The interpretation tells you what council means. So you were saying which council, and the interpretation speaks to that. So council is National Security Council. Thank you.
Yes, you have the floor.
Yes, thank
we
you
are at
very
the
much.
consideration stage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Look, I think that my colleagues are just, with respect, missing the point, because my friend and brother just walked in. My argument here has nothing to do with the section 1 or clause 1. My argument has to do with 3.2. And what I'm saying, and after this I'll sit down and leave everything to the Speaker. What I'm saying is that if you look at it, it says that the President may, acting in consultation with Council, invite such other persons. So my issue is that those other persons that will be invited, they are the ones I am asking that we can subject them to oath of secrecy. That's my question. So you haven't even addressed it. You completely lost the plot. So I'm saying that if we can add the suggested amendment, it will protect the state. Of course, Mr. Speaker disagrees, and he believes that this is lifted from the Constitution, and so any addition will amount to constitutional amendment. But I am saying that if the framers wanted us to know that this is from the Constitution, they would have stated it just like they did for Section 1 of the clause, and that's all I'm making. That's the point I'm making.
You see, Honorable John Dako, in drafting, when there is the need for cross-referencing, then they do the cross-referencing. But in this particular case, the Constitution established a National Security Council with its composition with associated rights. So this is not an issue of cross-referencing Article 83 of the Constitution, so that they would have stated Article 83 of the Constitution. If you look at clause 1, 2, and 3, you will realize that it is a repetition of the constitutional provision in Article 83. So this is not a matter of cross-referencing.
Then, Mr. Speaker, with respect, why did we amend the 2? Why did the chairperson ask that if 1, 2, and 3 are directly lifted from the Constitution, then why did she take the 2 out? And you agree that it too should be taken out as well?
Now, let's look at 83. Yes, let me give you the floor. I seem to be talking too much.
Mr. Speaker, the deletion that was proposed by the committee is to allow this bill to be aligned with Article 83 of the Constitution, which is an entrenched section of the Constitution. So we just do not want to change what is there, where the president is given flexibility of 3 people, now being narrowed down to 3 specific people, namely immigration, National Fire Service, and gender balance. So it's really just respecting what's in the parent document, which is the Constitution.
So if you look at, in other words, if you look at the constitutional provision in Article 83, it doesn't have the 2. That was the basis of deleting the 2. Yes, honourable members, can I now put a question? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, mine is not. This begs the question where the minister is. The minister and the deputy minister. This is a major security situation. They can, with all deference to them, come and dump and then move away. They should be contributors of this debate.
And especially to give direction on
And then when it is critical to solicit their views on this, then on policy matter, we can go back to them and ask them. But as usual, they will come, leave it and give it to the chairman, who perhaps, or chairpersons, I'm not sure which one. Yes,
So,
who could have been a minister
Honorable
of
Jerry
Defense.
Ahmed, what is your suggestion?
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader, I think I'll come to you
Oh, no, Mr. Speaker. It's
because
in
I'm just
connection with
asking him to offer
the
suggestion in the circumstances.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And so when you get up, he will not be able to
Yes,
respond.
Mr. Speaker, he was echoing the position of our side. And I just wanted to pick it up from there to make the point clearer. If you grant me the leave.
Yes, but you know the rules pertaining to that.
He has to yield to me. Elucidation.
I just asked that you know the rules pertaining to
Mr.
that.
Speaker, so you mean elucidation? You want to take me to the rules classroom? When you and I learned the rules together, Mr. Speaker, elucidation, that's why he
yes,
has
because the rule says that it is
Mr.
when the
Speaker,
member.
you must not be too hard on the leader.
No,
when it comes to rules.
I'm not too hard.
But you know, I've learnt my rules.
Yes, but they say if the member is ready, you understand, he is on the floor. You understand?
So elucidation, you want him to say it?
No, it's not elucidation. In the circumstances, he is on the floor.
Mr. Speaker, invoke prudence. Invoke prudence and let's make progress. I beg you.
So I am a man of the rules. You are the man of the prudence. Yes, Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You are all we have. So you are all we have. So we fight and reconcile. That's the beauty of it. Mr. Speaker, I remember you saying that in your days as a ranking on the Constitution and Legal Affairs, there were times that you had to literally shepherd some bills in this very house. It is true. I know also for a fact your industry at Winnowing, where you would always be with Honorable Cheme Sabonsu, the majority leader, as he then was. Mr. Speaker, but there can be exceptions. This is becoming one too many. Mr. Speaker, the argument I followed on TV prior to entering and upon entering, if you pay attention to what my senior at the bar, Senior Gaga, and my colleague John Darko, were putting across, clearly you could see that there is a policy issue. Mr. Speaker, you would come in with your experience and knowledge on drafting to guide. But the heavy lifting shouldn't be the chair's responsibility. The minister responsible for this bill must find time and come to the Chamber of Parliament. He has a deputy minister. They must find time for House of Parliament. You don't introduce a bill and when you are needed to give a guide on policy, you are nowhere to be found. Mr. Speaker, that is not acceptable. This is an important legislation. Where is the minister? We also dealt with the new bill on the legal education for our lawyers, our young student lawyers. After the first effort by the Attorney General, we haven't seen him again. Please, I'm saying after. Honorable Doyo, with respect, I am careful with my choice of words. I said after his first efforts, we have been recording him absent upon absent. Mr. Speaker, it gets to a point that partisanship cannot save a situation. It's not about NDC or MPP or maybe the Speaker having to manage it on your behalf. If you don't have time for House of Parliament, don't introduce your bill. Don't. What is the time? There's a minister, there's a deputy minister. One of them should at least be here. Nothing can save the situation, Mr. Speaker. I am making a plea to the available leader that he should make efforts to call the minister responsible for national security to come in. Because, Mr. Speaker, there are serious amendments. We have filed copious amendments. Some have gone into the order paper. There is an order paper addendum coming. Our side here, we are committed to doing parliamentary business. So there are lots of amendments. There are a lot. It's not going to be business as usual. And we need him here to answer questions, to debate on what will go into the legislation. Mr. Speaker will not do any heavy lifting for anybody. Mr. Speaker will not do. He's been doing the heavy lifting for you. This evening, Mr. Speaker will not do any heavy lifting. They should come and do their work. And that is what we are saying. And it's not a party matter. It's not MPP, NDC matter. It's about the country. You should stop it. You are just a law student. Ashama, you are just a law student. So please, if you want to rebut me, rise, catch his eye and speak. That's noise. I don't entertain it. Yes, so then you should listen to me in silence. Mr. Speaker, I'll rest my case, but there should be no excuses. Let the minister come.
Mr. Speaker, you've taken the advice from the minority leader in good faith. I've reached out to the minister and he's on his way coming, so we can proceed and the minister will join us. We are not dealing with the intelligence bill, so I've called the minister. He will join us. So, Mr. Speaker, we can make headway.
Yes, but it is good that the sector ministers are here to contribute to the process. But I would maintain that the power to make law is vested in the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana without any recourse to a minister. So when a bill is introduced in this House, it becomes a bona fide responsibility of Parliament until it is passed by the House. So Article 93(2) is very clear. So we should be careful not to set a bad precedent that because a minister is not here, we should not proceed to do a consideration of a bill. We'll be causing harm to ourselves, contrary to the power given us by Article 93(2). So, honourable members, let's make progress. Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 3? In the absence of any further amendment, I will put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 3 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4. Clause 4, there is amendment I at page 20. Clause 4. It appears somebody's microphone is on.
Okay. Functions of the council.
Chairperson of the committee.
Right Honorable Speaker, we're proposing that for paragraph A, line 2, to delete the country and insert Ghana.
Proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Now, members, I'll put a question in the absence of any further amendment. Yes.
Speaker, I want some assistance from Honorable Agalga. Earlier, he was referring to some verbatim lifting of a constitutional provision in respect of the discussion under clause 3. Now, upon a careful reading of this clause, I note that the functions have been left open. In other words, what seem to have been listed are indicative but not conclusive. So the drafting language used here, quote, the functions of the council in accordance with Article 84 of the Constitution include, then it gives you a listing of A to D. I want to know from my colleagues, Article 84, if we may turn to it, because you're saying according to Article 84, in accordance with 84. Mr. Speaker, is it the case that this one was also lifted verbatim from 84? Because going through the B, it isn't too clear. So you may have to read again and then be double sure. Mr. Speaker, if they think they are very double sure, we may proceed.
Are you talking in respect of the proposed amendment, Ghana instead of country?
No, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution refers to Ghana.
Yes.
But I'm saying that they should have a look at B again.
So then allow me, if you agree with the proposed amendment, to put a question on the proposed amendment. Because I thought your amendment is to the proposed amendment.
Mr. Speaker, before we go to the
yes.
B. Okay, very well.
Those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairperson of the committee say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes. There is a further amendment to clause 4, which is consequential.
Mr. Speaker, just to clarify.
With some additions.
Pardon me?
With some additions. So
Yes.
move the amendment in IV.
All right. The amendment proposed, paragraph B, line 2, delete the country and insert Ghana, and in lines 2 and 3, delete domestic and foreign security and insert domestic, comma, foreign and security. Mr. Speaker, all these amendments seek to do is to align the bill perfectly with what's in the Constitution, so that it's a proper lifting from the Constitution to the bill. That's why where it says the country, we've replaced it with Ghana.
Yes, it's for the consideration of the House. You've heard the rationale behind. I'll put a question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairperson of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 4 of the bill is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, a further consequential amendment to clause 4, that is V.
Mr. Speaker, here again it's for paragraph C, lines 2, delete the country and insert Ghana.
Honourable members, this is a consequential amendment. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now to entire clause 4. We can then reverse to the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think my respected colleague, the chair of the committee, has done the needful on the bill. I'm saying that my respected colleague, the chair of the committee, has done the needful on the bill, so no further concerns.
So, honourable members, in the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question on entire clause 4. As many as are in favor of clause 4 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 4, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Committees of the Council.
Chairperson of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the agreement was to end at clause 4.
Very well.
So we'll bring a closure to Security and Intelligence Agencies Bill 2025 for today, and then we'll take the Legal Education Reform Bill. Thank you very much.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my position hasn't changed. He said that the minister is on his way, the Attorney General is on his way. I don't know what he means by he's on his way. And he hasn't engaged our side on, please, they have briefed me. You haven't engaged. So it's not a matter of I wasn't here. This excuse that I wasn't here, don't use that to divide us. We always engage each other here. So you haven't told them anything. They briefed me fully. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that if government doesn't have any more business to be done whilst waiting for the Attorney General, then we should adjourn the House. Tomorrow is very packed. Tomorrow we have the motion on these gold board losses to be taken. There is a public lecture. There are other matters. The policy that the finance minister introduced, that was referred to the finance committee, that the majority leader wants the report taken tomorrow. So tomorrow is a very packed day. Meanwhile, Friday, we are supposed to prepare to receive the president, expecting that he would announce policies to reduce, to increase the cocoa producer price back to its original state. That is our expectation as a minority. So, Mr. Speaker, these are very critical matters. You know, Mr. Speaker, besides, they have very empty seats on their side. On their side, they are if I count them, they are just about 22.
Honourable Minority Leader, hold it.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
We have come to the end of a consideration stage of the Securities and Intelligence Bill for today. Now you have the floor. Yes, Minority Leader. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm inclined to agree with the minority leader. I was expecting that he will allow us to do about 3 crosses, but the way
the way he put it, I have no any other option than to agree with him, so that. So, Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands. We've done more than 5 hours, so that tomorrow we can start by 10 a.m. 10. So that we can close early and leave this space for the security people to do the arrangements. We are in his hands. We are in his hands. No.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the available leader leading government business says that there is nothing more to be done and that we are in your hands. Mr. Speaker, we agree with him that indeed we are in your hands. We need to go rest and prepare for tomorrow. Tomorrow is a long day, a very long day. Cocoa price and
So, Minority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You said you are in my hands.
Mr. Speaker, relax. Mr. Speaker, relax. Mr. Speaker, don't miss mischief. Now you are our boss. I'm saying that the two of us, the leadership of this house, is in agreement that there should be an adjournment. Let me put it in an unfiltered language. The two of us, there's the agreement that
So
this
I
house
thought
be
you
adjourned.
are in my hands because we've done in excess of 5 hours.
Mr. Speaker, you are this man.
So I'm speaking in respect.
Oh, very well. The way you said, Mr. Speaker, I know you. Sometimes you can give an uppercut. So when you are now, so now you are in my hands. I know what you can do thereafter. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not me, Kwamena, saying that we are in your hands. The two of us, majority, minority, are in agreement that this house be adjourned. However, as a matter of procedure, since we've gone beyond 5 hours, it is therefore your bona fide, Mr. Speaker, your prerogative to declare the house to stand adjourned. That is all.
Honourable members, it is true we've sat in excess of 5 hours. Therefore, I stand on order 56-2 to adjourn the House. The House is accordingly adjourned till Thursday, 26th day of February, 2026, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.